For the glory of the Gerblin Empire, we are here. Hello, everybody.
Hi,
For the
Gerblins.
glory of the Gerblin Hi, Gerblins. We are here. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid, Cedar.
Hi, Gerblins.
Well, you came at the perfect time because we are just starting our Call of Cthulhu one-shot for Spooktober. This is for Spooktober, as I said, but we are doing Spooktober for Extra Life, which is an amazing organization that works across Canada and the US to get pediatric equipment and games and stuff for all those kids that are stuck in pediatric wards for the long term and just need something to do between appointments and surgeries and whatever. So if you got a minute and you got a couple bucks, if you could throw it the way of our Extra Life team, that would be awesome. All you have to do is go to this link I'm posting right now, scroll down to roster, pick your favorite DM, it's totally me, and then donate. And it all goes to amazing charities. It does stay local, unless there is some critical need somewhere, then it'll be allocated there. Hi, Blue Cottage. Hello, all the Gerblins. Hello, hello, hello. Next announcement. The sponsor of tonight's episode is Canadian Dice. Canadian Dice is an amazing Canadian retailer and supplier and builder of Canadian-based dice. Not just Canadian-based dice, there's lots of other shit. It's fine. But if you go to their website, canadiandice.ca, you can use our code TheVactaire for 10% off, which is awesome. All one word. And yeah, you can get 10% off your dice order. He does ship internationally, and he is a pretty cool dude. So go check him out if you got a minute. We'll do shows at the end for the rest of this week, but we are here again on Thursday for Spooktober again. So if you like aliens, as in the Alien franchise, come back on Thursday around 8 o'clock. We'll be here doing alien shit. We are going to go around the table and introduce our amazing cast for tonight, starting with our keeper, Ruin. Who are you?
Yeah,
Ruin?
everybody.
Why are you here?
Well, I am Ruin, and tonight I am the keeper of arcane lore because we're playing Call of Cthulhu, obviously. And yeah, no, I'm bringing a tale of horror in the BC mountains, and looking forward to. Apparently, my players are asking for a TPK, so we'll see how that goes.
You said you were begging for one.
Only after I was begged. It was begged of me. Yeah.
Was it? I did not
don't
beg
think
for
so.
death.
I don't think so.
After the day, though, I feel like it could be doable. Okay, next is Cade.
Hi, I'm Cade. I'm also part of Cantrips and Coffee. Yeah, Ruin basically covered all that. I also electric guitars. You can check that out at Ravencroft Guitars on Instagram and YouTube and all that. One of them is TTRPG themed, so I mean that kind of counts. But yeah, I'm
Pretty
around. I do
swanky.
things.
Rick, not a stranger to the Vactaire, but you're here again because we steal people when we play with them and then don't let them go.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm Rick. I'm the Dungeon Master for the Hammer of the Gods podcast. I also play on the Vactaire anytime you guys invite me, pretty much. And then I play with Cade and Rune on the Spelljammer stream that we've got going. And yeah, that's pretty much me.
Yeah, Artemis.
Yeah, so I'm Artemis. I'm the social media manager and content coordinator for the Vactaire. I basically just live here now. And yeah, I'm pretty much always here. I run our game on Friday nights and I play an Alfie's game on Mondays. And yeah.
Yeah, and you got some pretty freaking swanky makeup today. Very suitable for our Call of Cthulhu one-shot. Sly, who are you? You're a stranger.
Hello, I'm Sly. I do stream with the Vactaire as often as possible. I play with the Mistwalkers, and I don't know what else to say about myself. But this is Quinn, who occasionally decides to pop in too, because she'll probably be here.
She's cute. She can stay. And I'm Affy. This is my shit. Welcome to my shit.
It's good
I
shit.
do DM Monday nights here on the Vactair. I do the Mistwalkers. I am the DM for that, and I torture my players as much as humanly possible with only mildly killing them. Because, mostly dead is also slightly alive, so it's fine. Fine. Everything's fine.
I told you last night it would have been totally fine if Keeley died. It's okay.
The other thing I do is I play in Artemis's game on Friday nights. So that is another thing I do. And then, yeah,
James Gremlin.
I'm here. So with that very eloquent introduction, we're gonna head on into it. Ruin, kick us off.
Our tale tonight begins in a remote location, about 100 miles away from any major concentrated area of population. At the base of the Hoodoo Mountains lies the Seven Stars Hotel, who in its better days was an elegant tourist attraction, but it's been since long closed. It was recently bequeathed to a character that we'll never meet, as they had a tragic demise several months ago. The investigators tonight have all arrived to fulfill a promise to a friend and a loved one. And that promise is to change their lives, to turn every situation they've had around, and start a business for the better. And as they arrived, flown in past Dee's Lake, and they hopped into their Chevy Tahoe and drove for miles and miles into the unknown parts of the wilderness that have long since been vacant. They see the hotel in front of them. It indeed has seen better days. In fact, calling this a hotel might make one chuckle, having imagined somebody lived here at one point. And so they settled in for the night, in their tents out in the yard, as there was far too much environmental damage to actually make the inside livable for the time being. And they're currently waiting on their workers, hired hands from the Tlingit Nation just down the road, about 10 miles. And as they set about the day, they begin to discuss all of the things that they have to accomplish in order to make this even a speck of hope. But for now, we'll start with an introduction of all our characters. I think it's only fitting that we begin with Debra, as she has the most at stake in this hotel.
My husband, Jared, died about 2 months ago in a car crash. And it was his dream after he inherited this property to rebuild it and make it something wonderful again, so it would stand up to its name. I didn't believe it would happen. Yes.
How did he come into possession of this hotel?
He inherited it from a relative. I don't know who it was. I've never met him. He wasn't at the wedding. And but he seemed excited about it, and I wasn't my thing. But now that he's gone, I kind of want to make it, sort of fulfill his last wish.
A nice thought. And Elsa, the twin sister of Debra, why have you come to the hotel?
Probably to lord it over me.
No, I came to help. I'd do anything for my sister. Family comes first. So I'm out here helping where I can.
Even if that means giving up your own life, you would do that to help your sister?
I would do anything for my sister.
You may have to. Dan.
My name's Dan Hardy. Look, working 9 to 5 jobs is really my thing. I prefer a little more exciting kind of life. Has to sometimes come around and bit me in the ass? Sure. Did I have to do some time? Yeah, whatever. Look, there's people who cross the line and those that don't. And life's a lot more fun if you cross the line. Now that I'm out, Rob, my brother, is trying to keep me on the straight and narrow, and for his sake, I'll do my best to stay that way, but yeah, I'm not holding my breath.
Rob, bringing a brother who's a potential danger seems risky.
Well, it's better than leaving him to his own means, where he could get himself into danger.
Why have
Pretty
you
concerned. Well, my buddy Jared had asked me to come out here, and well, I figured it would keep Dan out of trouble and keep him away from going back to jail, hopefully.
Pretty rough and tumble brother. You'll have to keep an eye on him, I'm sure.
Always.
And our final investigator, Christy. Christy, what business do you have with this hotel?
Jared and I are old friends, and when I found out that he inherited the hotel, he invited me to help him and his wife get it off the ground. You know, I have a lot of expertise in outdoor pursuits after working as an instructor, and I went through a recent breakup, so a change of scenery and a fresh start is definitely something that I need. I'm really stoked to get the hotel up and ready. Should be fun.
And it is indeed a change of scenery. In fact, it's nothing but scenery. The hotel is isolated, including when you look around. Sure, you may be in the foothills of the Hoodoo Mountain, and sure, there may be the Iskut River running by, but there aren't people. Not consistently. Even the hours spent in the vehicle to get here, you couldn't help but notice just how incredibly alone all of you were together. And at this time, I'm going to insert into the chat your hotel map, as you are now free to begin planning your day before your helpers from the Tlingit Nation arrive. Perhaps you should come up with a list of all the different things a hotel would need to get done.
So you mentioned... Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like, is there any, like, not cleaning, but like maintenance that needs to be done, like any of the rooms that are like in kind of disrepair? I feel like that'd be something that Dan would probably go and do. He probably wouldn't deign himself to grab a mop, but he might grab a hammer and nails and twist some wrench or whatever.
Looking from the outside, you notice that most of the windows have been broken, either by environments or other, it's hard to tell. But you would guess that if you toured the inside, you'd find a lot that needs to be fixed, so there will be no short of work for Dan.
Well, I'm going to make sure everybody eats before they get started. That's sort of...
So perhaps you'd like to check out the kitchens.
For sure. See if it's in any kind of working order.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to do, sis?
Well, should probably get it weather, suitable to the weather before anything else. So windows, doors, the roof.
For sure.
But Good meal would be nice.
I can take care of that.
What would Rob be
Yes.
looking to do?
Well, so you mentioned the environmental damage. Like as you first go in, what would I see? Like, are the floors intact, or do they need work? Is there's stuff coming out of the ceiling? What's the interior like?
The interior is fairly run down. When you're able to walk in through the main reception, you notice that the floors are mainly stable. There are areas where you could tell that there would be some damage done from water and winters. You'll probably need to replace some flooring, things like that. Overall, again, the windows would be a concern. Any sort of furniture that's around is standing, although definitely, wind, snow, rains have all blown through here.
So, do we have the supplies that we would need, like to replace the windows and things like that?
Yes, on the west side of the hotel, about 50 yards down, or 50 feet down, rather, there is an outhouse where you have chosen to store most of the supplies that you've brought with you. Certain bits of lumber, tools, all of that kind of thing, some linens, window panes, and stuff like that. You also do know that you would be able to, you have one satellite radio that you've brought with you. Or satellite cell phone, I should say. And that phone, you could get supplies to you. It might take them a week or so to get them here, but you'll be plenty busy in that time. So, it's not really a bad wait to have.
Okay.
Christy, how would you want to check out the hotel upon first encounter?
Maybe go through the office and see if there's any information about what happened before, like that we can build off of, any like people to contact, stuff like that.
That is a fair thing to do. All right, well, we'll carry this through in order then. And so we had Artemis Elsa wanting to go to the kitchens to check that out first.
Yeah, I would want to make sure that everybody gets a good meal in them first before they get started. So
Excellent. So as Elsa walks into the kitchen, she notices that it is indeed old. In fact, it still has a massive wood-burning stove. It's covered in dust and cobwebs, but it does dominate the room, meaning it's quite large. There have been wooden preparation tables that seem to make up the majority of the furniture, as well as a chest of drawers holding cooking instruments. Not modern ones by any sense. Probably the last update here would be the 1970s, but fairly decent ones. And that is what you see thus far.
okay, well,
Oh, there is a storage in the back as well.
okay. I guess first thing I would make sure that the stove is in working order.
Mm-hmm. So you try to light a fire in it, and you do get something lit, but the smoke begins to billow out of it. The chimney is clearly blocked.
Well, that's not good.
I bet it's fine. It's probably just insulation. Definitely not a body.
Does anybody know a chimney sweep? Is that still even a thing? I don't know. I'm thinking Mary Poppins. Maybe we can get one of those chimney cleaning logs that you can buy.
I don't think that works when it's like logged shut. Like I think that's just for like.
You know what,
maintaining
Dan?
I'm just saying that's one hell of a log.
I'm problem solving. I'm troubleshooting.
A for effort.
Is there like a broom or something around that I can just like jab up there?
There would definitely be things like that. Chances are, though, you're not quite sure where it would be stuck. So you'll probably have to tackle it from, both right outside of the kitchen and inside the kitchen. The way that it's designed is the smokestack, the chimney stack would be out the side of the building, not all the way up through.
Okay. Well,
Mhm.
I'm gonna try from the kitchen first, and if that doesn't work, I will, I guess, sick Dan on it.
All right. Well, we'll say that that's going to take you a little while here to try to unclog that and see what's all up in there. So in that case, I believe Dan was going to check out things. So
Yeah, just kind of go
Dan,
into like a general look at like what are like the big heavy maintenance things that have to be done, because yeah, I mean that's going to end up making more of a mess to clean first anyways if you're redoing drywall and heavy carpentry stuff. But just kind of take
absolutely.
inventory so that when we go to the shed to get all the supplies and stuff, we're making as minimal trips as possible. Just work smarter, not harder kind of deal.
Sure. So where would be the first place that Dan would figure he should check for major damages?
From the ground floor, I mean, if they were heading to the dining room and the kitchen area, I feel like he'd probably go the opposite way to the trading post and kind of do a loop back around and then go upstairs from there. So yeah, probably starting with the trading post.
Absolutely. So you do have to take down some dusty old sheets that have kind of been placed over the doorways in order to stop traffic flow and dust and weather. But once you do, you see that it is in fact an old trading post that's been long since cleared out. You can guess what kind of supplies they would have had. You know, there's the odd broken broom, dustpans, jars, things like that. But the one thing that you notice immediately is this wretched smell.
Do I recognize the smell? Like,
It's
does it
definitely
smell like
death.
anything I've smelled before? Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Okay, I feel like I'm probably gonna try and find it, thinking that like, oh great, a cat got in here or something over the winter and starved to death or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, it doesn't take you long, and yeah, you find a dead raccoon over by the counter. Looks like it was maybe rooting around for snacks or something, and got its leg caught beneath a paperweight.
Okay.
You also, however, find a photo pinned to the wall. Looks like it was dated for the 1960s and possibly shows the building's owners outside the front.
Okay. I mean, I'll take like a quick glance at it, but I feel like the dead raccoon is probably priority one, so that we can kind of get that aired out. So I'd probably like take a quick glance at it, make sure, I don't know, if there's not like anything real off about it, and then go try to find a shovel.
Fair enough. They look very proud of themselves, like this was, once their dream. And with that, you find your way making towards a shovel, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Rob.
Yeah, so Rob would have been just kind of trying to stay more in that like reception area. That way he can check things out there, but also keep an eye on really what everybody's doing, mostly his brother. And I would imagine at some point he would probably wander off into the trading post just to check on Dan, and I'm guessing would probably smell the same thing and just, oh, Dan, what the hell is that?
Arts.
There's some friggin' just raccoon over there.
Yeah, and you don't really find anything more than that. You're just kind of happy your brother's kind of taking over things and actually getting to work without being told to.
Definitely good to see.
I'm a hard worker, just not a very legitimate worker.
Yeah,
Last
so I
person
think
who
I would
told
just
you
kind
what
of
to do was a warden.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I did it.
I think I would just kind of continue on through the trading post, maybe to like the study.
Sure. So when you go into the study, you see that Dan's cleaning things up and you just want to take a tour through. You notice that it's half filled with dusty old books and they seem to be covered in cobwebs, dead flies littering the shelves. Do you stop to take a look through the books?
Yeah, at least flip through them, see what they're about, see if it's anything relevant.
Well, you do manage to find a couple of Bibles, some hunting and fishing guides, a history of Canada that was written in the 1970s. Probably racist, let's be real.
I'm going to say it's super accurate, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Fair.
Some paper fiction, or paperback fiction. But probably what's most surprising is that you end up finding a couple of old art books. It seems like maybe they were written in the 1800s. They're quite old, and even besides that, there's also folios and sketch pads with charcoal drawings.
Yeah, that'd definitely be something that I would be curious about, just to see, like, is there anything relevant to the hotel? Maybe.
Yeah, well, the further you look at them, you can start pouring through them, flipping past. You notice that they are of the local area. You can see the Hoodoo Mountain. It's it's very easy to point out the spires of stone that were created in an ice age. You also see the Iskut River running by, and you also notice that the one sketch pad on the cover has the initials JS. And there are different dates on the sketches. Some range from 1924, some range to 1925. But at the very end is a quote. And it reads, "Woe to him who ventures near. Woe to him who opens the gate. As evil shall be unleashed upon the world." And I'm just going to need my first sanity check from you.
Okay.
Yay! First roll of the game.
Fail.
The 17, so yeah, I'm pretty sure I passed.
I hope so. If your sanity is lower than 17, we have issues right off the hop.
So, you are unsettled, especially as your eyes glance over that quote. They're then drawn into the background of the photos, and you realize that this one and the ones that preceded it were not just landscapes. No, they in fact, the further they got into 1925, the more the landscapes that were picturesque and beautiful turned into scenes of torture and inhumanity that were disguised as landscapes.
That's pretty messed up. Do I know anything about what might have happened in the 20s, like even in this area, more or less?
No, you're pretty unfamiliar with this area.
Okay.
But with that, we are going to go back to Christy, who was wanting to check out the offices. Now, Christy, you were looking for information in regards to the previous owners, people with connections, things like that, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Well, as you enter in the offices, you are kind of floored by how much paperwork there really is here. It really is like people just got up and left one day. There's stacks of paper, old ledgers, papers stuck to the walls. I'm going to need a library roll for you to get through most of this stuff.
Yes. Hold on.
Confidence is key.
Struggling.
Second row.
Yeah, I see it. I see. Sorry, that sounded really snappy. I'm so sorry. Yes.
How dare you? I was going to compliment you on your prop work, but no, I'm taking it back.
I mean, just look at all this. What do I don't know. Okay. Yeah. So what do I?
All right. So do you have your library use skill there? Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay. So you're going to roll your 2 d10s to make 100 and just tell me what you get there.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure it out.
It's okay.
This is all the stuff that we
The
just
one-
cut out of our podcast. It's
Yeah.
rude explaining to me how the hell to play our games. So you're
The
totally
one with
fine.
the 0 on it, like just the 0, the 10-sider, and the one with the
2
A
0.
90 and a 7.
97.
All right, so that is a critical fail. So there's a couple of things that you could do here, Christy.
You set the office on fire.
Well, you could do that. That might burn down the whole thing. This whole thing is a tinderbox.
Let's table that idea.
You definitely don't want to spend all of your luck to make that a success, because I can see that you only have a 40 in library use, which is actually better than most people here. In real life and in game.
I know how to use the Dewey Decimal System. Screw you.
I feel very attacked right now.
Yeah,
don't.
ruin.
I don't. I teach English. I don't know how the Dewey Decimal System works.
Yeah, I
I
don't
just
know
walk
how that
around until I
works.
find what I need.
I'm like, who reads science?
The
Bunch
only
of heretics.
thing when I failed it was, "What's up? My name's Jared. I'm 19 and never fucking learned how to read."
All right, so the other thing that you could do, Christy, because you don't want to spend that much luck, you could push the roll, which is that you could get a free reroll if you can tell me what you would do differently in order to try and succeed. But if you fail, the consequences are worse. And the other thing is you could simply just pass your time, and I'll go on to somebody else, and we'll say that Christy just spends more time looking through things before she can get a handle on it.
Have you met me? I'm gonna do it again.
Push it
That's the
real
spirit.
good.
Push the roll.
What would I do differently? I would flip through it a little slower.
There we go. Yep.
Detail.
Instead of front to back to front.
Exactly.
Well, that's how a flip book works.
Yeah.
Do I just
Go ahead and roll.
16?
16, that's perfect. So,
Hey.
Christy, what you're going to do with that success is there's a little box on the left-hand side of your skill. I want you to check that box.
Okay.
Okay, and you should see a little check mark now. So that tells us that at the appropriate time when I call for it, you have succeeded at that skill and are able to level it up if we get there.
My name is no longer Jared, and I know how to read.
Perfect. So Christy begins flipping through things wildly, and what she finds is that there is so much information here. In fact, she finds a ledger dating back to 1925. And it contains some sort of cryptic message here. And Christy, I'm going to put this into our chat for you. And I'll let you be responsible for telling everybody what it says. Although they can go to the chat and find out. But I'll have you read that out for us. Should receive that any second now.
Under no circumstances is the western red cedar tree situated at the northeastern corner of the property to be uprooted or otherwise moved in respect of the native people's beliefs.
Indeed.
And
Other
the
than
whole
that,
you're reading that, I was like, that's the first thing I'm going to do. And then you're like, the native people's like, oh, now I can't. If it was just like, because we don't want to, oh.
Wait, was I supposed to read that out loud right now?
yeah, no, thank you for doing that.
Okay.
Other things that you find, you find up some dried up inkwells, yellowing guest books that have names and locations of people from years gone by. You find some earlier volumes that date back from 1863 to 1907. And you can basically track every guest that's been here within that time. And with that, we will go on to Debra and Elsa, who are cleaning out the kitchen stove. And I'm going to need each one of you to just make me a luck roll right here.
Oh boy.
Every time I cook, someone's making a luck roll.
Oh, hey, 28. Which is
I rolled a
normal
straight
luck.
20.
Okay, so it's 28 out of
55.
55. And sorry, Elsa, yours was a 20 out
20,
of
just a 55.
out of 55 as well. All right, well, Debra, as you're cleaning the stove, just somehow you manage to get this big, giant ball of dirt and bird skeletons fall into your face. And
Oh, no.
the stove is now cleaned out, but you are partially blinded.
Oh, no. Let's get you cleaned up.
I like reach out for Elsa.
Yeah, I like grab her hand.
Oh,
It's
this
okay,
is
sweetie.
terrible.
I know, we'll get it taken care of. It'll be okay.
I'm pretty sure it was a bunch of swallows.
Oh. It's okay, don't think about that. Like pull my sleeve over my hand and like do the mom wipe. Yeah.
Well,
First
luckily for
aid.
you to the larder, there is a water closet there.
Yeah.
We'll get her over there.
Mhm.
Clean
I
up.
think there's some in my mouth.
You turn on the taps and the water runs black.
Let it run for a long time.
Yeah. Well, and luckily after a few minutes, it does actually let up and there is fresh water coming out of it. However, it doesn't appear to be draining.
Of course not.
Yeah. You try the toilet, which is a weird Victorian toilet, but you try, it's got the little pole
Did you
chain
just
from the
pee
top of the
because
ceiling.
I'm blind?
No.
The hell, Elsa.
Calm your tits, it's okay.
And the toilet is not draining either, so it seems like you may have some plumbing issues.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get you cleaned up and go find one of the boys.
Can I just stick a
Alright.
broom in there too?
No, you cannot. It won't help.
Find like mole skeletons or something.
And we'll go back to Dan.
Yeah, so I grab a shovel and go to scoop the raccoon, and just like, I mean, if the windows are broken, I'll probably just like rocket it out the window rather than carry it through the rest of the hotel.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You managed to do that. You do see, as you're looking out the one window, you are able to see the outhouse where your supplies are. So just to kind of orient yourself, they would be off that end. Yeah, there's nothing really else in here to do right now. Were you wanting to do anything else?
I think I'll grab that photo of like the old owners just in case. Like, I don't know, I feel like Dan doesn't care about it, but he might feel like, they might want to put up like a, grand opening kind of like thing in like a frame. So he grabs it and just like throws it in his pocket just in case. And then, yeah, just like keeps on moving through the ground floor, just, clockwise through and just like taking stock of what's around.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, you managed to find your way. You actually, your next stop would be to see that your brother is in the study. He seems to be fixated on some sort of drawings and things like that. Did you want to stop and talk with him, or did you want to move on?
I'd probably pop in and see that he's kind of looking through there, and like, I don't know, I wouldn't automatically assume something was up, so he probably, all right, he's got this room covered, and then move on to the lounge.
Okay. So you make your way to the lounge, and when there, let's see here. You notice, there's some old sitting tables and things like that. It doesn't look like this has really been as heavily weathered as other places, just because of the angle of the building. But there is, nice couches at one point, a large fire that you could see getting roaring and things like that. You really see the potential of this as being a good area to get going, just so that even you guys could enjoy some evenings together.
Yeah, I'd probably go and just like, kind of seeing the potential here, kind of like walk around, kind of take stock of things, check out and see that like the couches don't have, holes from like mice or anything like that, and just like, these salvageable, maybe not. Like, just kind of take stock of everything.
Yeah, you're getting the sense that probably not too salvageable at this point. A lot of the foam from the 1970s furniture would have deteriorated into kind of like that powdery, yellowed substance.
Shh, tell that to my grandma. She's
I'm glad we all
Yeah.
know that relative.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's probably the same couch.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Rob.
So would I know? Would it probably be like upstairs, maybe in the master bedroom, where the owners or like the people who ran it would have stayed, or where might I look for that?
Yeah, you probably would guess that that would be up on the upper floor and that there would be like a bedroom dedicated to them, for sure. It
Okay.
would be on
Yeah,
like the next one
Oh,
up.
good. Yeah, so I think that's where I want to go. I want to go kind of follow a little bit of what I was seeing there, try and figure out like the initials, see if I can figure out who that is.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, I want to check out as I'm going, like if anything else I might just casually notice, but make my way upstairs.
Yeah, I'm just looking through my notes here to see exactly what you would find. So you do make your way upstairs and you go past the different rooms that are there. There are 6 rooms up on that floor, aside from... Oh, sorry, there's 7 rooms on that floor, aside from the master bedroom, which is located all the way at the west-hand side. And so you make your way down there, guessing that that would be the one because the door faces into the hall rather than on either side of the hall. And when you go in, you notice that conveniently, this room has its own water closet, which would not have been a common thing when the hotel was built. They'd be the ones in the hallways and things like that. And
Okay.
why don't you go ahead and what would you be looking for in here? Just like information?
Yeah, pretty much. Just like seeing if I can figure out maybe whose initials this might have been.
Sure. Why don't you give me a spot hidden roll?
Okay. I'm really good at that. So I rolled a 32. I think I just want to. I think I want to push my luck because it's like just barely.
Sure. Or you could spend 2 points of luck.
I don't really want to give them up forever. I'm greedy.
I mean,
I like my
you
luck
do have
points.
quite a bit.
The dilemma of
But I might need them.
All right. Well, just to be clear, you cannot spend luck on a pushed roll.
Sure, that's okay.
But,
I got
alright, so
a 12 on the second roll.
that's fantastic. What did you do differently to make that happen?
Great question. I mean, what would I have seen initially?
Well, you saw a bunch of chaos. The bed was not exactly put together tidily. There happened to be sheets everywhere rather than actually propped over things. And
I think maybe.
Dogs.
Sorry. I think maybe I would just go through it methodically instead of like
Okay.
trying to make sense of the chaos. Just start in one spot and work my way
start
through.
in one spot. Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing that you notice is you kind of make your way over to the bed and, try to look at like the nightstand, the poster bed, things like that. And the first thing that you notice is that like, hey, somebody slept in this bed. You're not sure how recently, but it definitely was messed with. Like when you passed other bedrooms that were open, you noticed that the beds were made like it had been, abandoned, but people meant to come back to it someday. Whereas this, somebody has very intentionally messed up the sheets like they've been in it. The other thing that you notice is, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just.
You, in your attempt to find information, you open up the drawer and you find an antique penny whistle.
Okay.
medium, please. My heart will go on.
I wouldn't put it in your mouth. It's probably like painted with lead or.
Totally. That's great for you.
That's what really
Can't
brings the
confirm.
tone together.
Lick that mercury.
And lastly, you can tell that some of the sheets have been stuffed into the window in ways of like, it's almost like they tried to stop the environment from coming in.
I mean, that just makes sense since all the windows are broken if somebody stayed in here, but that definitely puts me on edge that there might be someone here other than us.
Mm-hmm. And with that, we're going to go over to Christy, who had found a bunch of information in the office. Now, Christy, as you're busy looking around, you also notice that there's a stairwell that descends into the basement.
That sounds like a fantastic idea.
As you make your way down the stairs, and they slowly creak and groan from the age of time, you realize that there's a soft squish to them every time you step.
Ew.
And then, as you drop one last foot to go down a stair,
Oh.
you hear and feel the splash of water. And it's very hard to tell because you can't find where the lights are, but you think this basement might be filled with water.
I just like scurry back up. Like, what if what if there's things in there? Gonna
Absolutely.
like run back. Can I run back up and see if I can find a flashlight?
You would be able to find one out in the shed, but there wouldn't be one in the building itself.
Feel.
You can make your way back up. Did you want to go out to the shed?
Sure. I feel like I should either find somebody or bring a light.
Absolutely. What would you like to do? Would you like to go find somebody or get a light?
Find somebody first and then buddy system to get a light because there's bears out there.
Perfect. So you begin to kind of make your way around the hotel in search of somebody, and sure enough, you come across Dan, who has been checking out the lounge. But we're going to go back to Alfie and Artemis as Debra and Elsa. All right, Debra, you got that shit out of your face or what?
I don't know, Elsa, did I get it out of my face or were you too busy peeing?
I was not peeing. Got your face all cleaned up.
Okay. Yeah,
I'm here to help.
cleaned up. I know you are. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You've been through a lot lately.
Been a bad couple days, and that was. Maybe they were sparrows or finches. I don't know.
Well, doesn't matter a whole lot right now.
This place is a money pit.
It's okay. We'll make it work. We always do.
Debra, would you be holding the one satellite phone that you brought?
Yeah, probably.
It's at this moment that you hear and feel the vibration pinging a notification.
I look at it.
Well, first of all, you're shocked because, I mean, even for a satellite phone, it's pretty spotty reception out here. It comes and goes almost as it pleases, and honestly, they don't work very well indoors, so these walls on the kitchen side must be pretty thin. Saying that,
Insulation, great.
We'll add
The
it to the
first-
list.
when you look at the screen, you notice that it's a part of your news app. We'll call it the CBC, because that'll confuse some people and make others happy.
Yes, it will.
And it says, a sinkhole has brought chaos to traffic in Commerce, California. And that's it.
Can I open it and read the article?
Yeah, you do manage to open it. You're having a hard time getting the whole page to load, but you see a picture of a giant sinkhole just in the heart of the city.
I mean, we are on the San Andreas Fault.
And it is California, so yeah.
Also called commerce, so like a sinkhole, kind of like.
Let's be real, Commerce, California. You don't want to go there. It's fine.
Fine.
Nobody lives there. Well, that's terrible.
Yeah,
Oh
I
well.
hope everybody's okay.
Did it say there were any like deaths or anything?
Said that the story is just breaking.
Oh, okay. So like we literally have no details. It just started. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's depressing. Thanks, phone. Put it in my pocket.
Well, on the plus side, you and your sister do have a working stove now. So, what would you two get up to from here?
I mean, I would feed everybody.
All right, so just get to work prepping, things like that.
Yeah.
You know, I get the sense that Elsa probably doesn't have too much experience working with an old-fashioned wood stove, but she's probably, probably a pretty good cook. Why don't you just give me a arts and craft cooking roll to see how long that's going to take you?
Okay. Oh, let's see. I rolled a 26. So... Wait, where is that on here?
It'd be under arts and craft cooking, so it's right under archaeology. It looks like that's
okay.
a
Yeah,
hard
I made
success
it.
for you. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. Yeah, so you know what? You get this thing going. You did find it a little bit difficult to moderate the temperature evenly, but then you got it going, and we'll start to say, you put on a good pot of stew, something big enough that you could probably eat all day, and maybe even you can make it one of those. What is it, like an everlasting stew? Where you just add to it every day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then, yeah, from there, you're going to keep yourself busy doing that for a while. And what about Debra?
Well, I'll keep Elsa somewhat, like, keep company with her for a little bit, and then I'll probably wander off to, let's see the map here. Probably head towards the office to check that out.
Okay. So you managed to walk over there. It looks like somebody was just in here. Things look like they were moved since you walked past last time.
I think somebody thumbed through all this paperwork.
Probably found some important information. You also notice the stairwell down to the basement.
Okay.
And with that, we will go back to Dan. And Dan, Christy has just come up running to you, and she looks like she's a little bit on edge.
Yeah, so I'll turn to her and like, what's up?
I just ruined my good shoes. But at least I have something to throw at a bear if we run into one.
I mean, sure. I don't feel like arguing. Yeah, no, great. That's wonderful. How'd you ruin your shoes?
The basement is very squishy and very wet.
Yeah, that tracks. If this building is as old as we figure it is, there might not be a functioning, sump pump because they weren't really around.
I think we should
Yeah.
probably go find a flashlight or something so we can, find out how deep the water is.
Yeah, no, good plan. Who knows if there's electrical or something down there. Yeah, all right. We were gonna head out to the outhouse with the supplies and stuff anyways. There might be one out there with some of the tools.
Perfect. I'll come with you.
And as the
Sounds
two
good.
of you make your way outside, you all of a sudden hear the crashing, flying sound of gravel down the road towards you. And you can see that there's an old green Ford pickup coming your way.
Were you expecting anyone this soon?
I don't know.
Well,
We sh-
whoever it is, they seem to know exactly where they're headed. But we're going to head back over to Rob.
So I think I'm probably just going to head back downstairs and try and find Dan. Try and kind of reconnect with the others, see what they've found, and share a bit of what I found. The creepy warning and pictures and stuff like that. I forgot to say, I think I probably would have taken some of them with me. I think you said they were in like a folder or a portfolio, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that and the sketchbook I would have definitely kept with me.
Perfect. Yeah, so you do manage to make your way back downstairs. And the first person you come across is Debra, who appears to be kind of milling about the office and just kind of seeing what's up.
Okay. Hey, Deb, have you seen Dan?
No, not since we got here. What's up?
Oh, damn it. Shouldn't have gone upstairs without him. I'm gonna go look for him. I'll be back.
What? Wait, what happened? Did you like stick your foot through the floor or something?
No, but keep your eyes peeled. Seems like somebody might have been staying here recently. Like not us.
How recently?
I'm not really sure, but definitely more recently than anybody else.
Add alarm system to the list. All right. Well,
Do you show her the sketches?
Not yet. I want to figure out where Dan is first. He's kind of priority number one right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, outside, Dan and Christy, the vehicle slows to a stop in front of you. Quite quickly, in fact. Again, it's like you get the sense that they've been here before. And as the door opens up, an older, taller gentleman steps out. And he has on a long black shirt and trousers with a white collar.
Dan steps forward to like head him off. Seeing how quickly he was pulling in, who knows if he's angry or anything, and just to put himself between him and the building as well as Christy. Can I help you there, friend?
Well, I was wondering when you'd show up. Got word a couple weeks ago that there are new people up here.
You're not from around these parts. Why do you have a southern accent? We're in BC.
Well, that'd be because I'm from Texas, partner.
Yeah.
Dan, you can't just ask people why they're
And he kind of laughs and he's like, heck. No, I am from Texas. I'm a reverend up here trying to speak the word of God to the good people around here.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but this is a hotel, not a church.
No, you're right. I'm with the Tlingit tribe all down the road, about 10 miles. I believe you've got them hired in order to come out here and build some stuff for yous.
Yeah. I don't own the place. One of my associates inside does. I'm just here for extra handiwork and yeah.
Well, the folk on down at the reservation were talking about how they were coming here to do some work today. Should be showing up any minute, but I figured that meant the church would be empty today, so I might as well come and introduce myself to y'all fine folk. And it's at this moment that he looks down at what appears to be a cell phone as it's vibrating, and looking at it, he kind of chuckles for a second and he says, "Well, I'll be. First, there was a Well, first there was a sinkhole out in Commerce this morning. Did you hear about that?
No. Weirdly enough, I'm not too tapped into the Commerce Inquirer.
Well, good old CBC is where I'm getting this from. But interestingly enough, there was a sinkhole earlier this morning. A few minutes ago, actually. And, right now, wouldn't you be damned? A volcano erupts in Spain. Thousands die is the headline. And then, just for 1 second, he says... He holds the Bible that was in his left hand up to himself. And he says... And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake. Some to everlasting life. Some to shame and everlasting contempt. Amen. And then he says, but enough of that chit-chat. Now, I got your name, I think. Did you give him his name?
No.
Oh. Oh, that would be what he asks next. What's your name?
Name's Dan.
And then he looks over at Christy. And you, little lady?
Christy.
Charmed. Now, you all said that you weren't the owners here, so who would I see about that?
One of the ladies inside. Chrissy, are you good to grab the flashlight and I'll stay with our friend here?
Yep, sure. I'll do that.
Alright.
So Christy walks off towards the outhouse where they keep all the supplies. And Dan and Reverend Rebnesh walk into the house, or into the hotel, rather. And just at that time, you can hear the faint sound of more flying gravel down the road. And Reverend Rebnesh walks into the hotel, and he sees Debra and Rob standing near the reception. And he says, and might you be the new proprietor of this establishment?
I am. Deborah Kelly. Who are you? And I kind of look to Dan, like, what is happening?
The name's Rebnesh. Reverend Rebnesh of the Presbyterian kind.
Nice to meet you, Reverend. What can I do for you? The hotel's not open yet.
And he kind of looks around and laughs. And he says, I should hope not, otherwise you wouldn't be doing too well.
It's an aesthetic, dust and cobwebs. It's very haunted mansion.
And he kind of reaches out and he wipes his finger along a picture frame and looks at the dust and he says, well, some people do like what they call a vintage, I guess, hey?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I just came to introduce myself, say hello. It seems you've got some people from the Tlingit tribe coming on down to work for you.
Yeah,
I've been building a community church there.
Oh, okay. Do they want a church there?
Well, they...
Good question.
Asking the real questions right there.
Yeah. Well, I suppose you could ask them as such, but I'll have you know that people in this parts of the world have been practicing Christians for hundreds of years now.
We're gonna skip over that topic. Okay. That's nice. Good for you. Building a church is church business. Yep.
So I think Rob would be like, that's kind of an unusual name. Where's that from?
Tlingit?
No, you said Ravnesh?
My name. Yeah, it's Rebnish. Well, I am from Texas, and he kind of gives this like sordid history of how his family name is, passed on from generation. And honestly, you get kind of lost in the details of it, but it all equates to the fact that like it's meaningless. It really, there's no real big family history. It's not like he came from some secret part of the world, but there might have been some sort of breeding of close family bloodlines at some point.
As you
Great
do.
swimmers, those folk.
Yeah.
It's
That's
very casual amounts.
nice.
Mhm.
Was there something I could help you with, Reverend?
No, I suppose not. I was just, again, popping in to say hi, and
Hi.
and he kind of looks out the one window that's very broken, and he says, "It appears your workers are arriving now, so perhaps I should just get on out of your hair for a sec."
Unless you want to pick up a hammer? Sure. Or a broom. I would advise sticking it up any chimney, though.
He kind of laughs for a second, and he walks outside the door before turning around and opening up his arms wide and looking at the hotel, and then touches his nose for a second and points back at you, and he says, "And it was given unto the beast to make war with saints and to overcome them. And power was given him over all kindreds, tongues, and nations. And this is where you become the saint. This hotel is your beast." And he gets in his truck and leaves.
Dan definitely follows him out, heading back to Christy, while definitely like humming Iron Maiden tune or under his breath.
I just
Just a
kinda
pistol.
look up at Rob like, what the fuck was that?
I don't even know. That was weird.
Uh,
It was really weird.
I feel like I'm traumatized from that, and it lasted like 3 seconds.
That's what she said.
That is what I said, yes. I've had worse.
And I believe you mentioned that there were more vehicles coming.
Yeah, so as the Reverend drives away, a couple of work trucks come on by. And this, you assume, is the Klingit people who are coming from the nearby reserve to work for you. One of them does get out, and kind of the first person he sees Christy coming back with a flashlight, and he kind of tries to introduce himself and just say, "Hey, just here. We're here to do some work for the day."
Hi,
uh,
I found a flashlight.
that's great. I'm looking for a Debra.
Oh yeah, she's inside.
Okay. Is that kind of the person in charge?
Yeah.
Cool. Good luck with your flashlight. And he kind of shuffles by, but like the rest of the people he came with kind of stay by the vehicles. It looks like they're waiting for instructions on what to get to work with. They do start to kind of casually unload things. They take the tailgates down and take out like different buckets of tools and things like that. And then pretty soon, Dan, Debra, and Rob, this guy approaches and he's like, "Hello, hey."
Oh, hey. I'm Debra.
Hey, my name's Mac. I'm just here. I got the people from down the road.
Oh, great.
We're here to do some work.
Awesome. Can you start with the plumbing?
Sure. What appears to be the problem?
It's not going.
It's not.
Okay, that is a problem. Yeah.
And if you have, I don't know how many people you brought, but plumbing and windows would be awesome.
Okay. So you kind of
it also seems like the basement is flooded. Christy, the girl inside, and I were just about to go and deal with that too.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Dan,
Flashlight.
you you and I can go take a look at that.
Oh, that'd be great, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, I
You know,
mean,
he
Christy and
kinda-
I were gonna do it, but come along too.
he says, sorry, couple things. Just looking around, just seeing what there is. It doesn't appear like you guys have power in this building, hey?
Probably not. But given that
Yeah.
I just heard the basement was flooded, probably a
Yeah.
good thing.
There is a
Yeah.
power line just down off the road. We could get started on branching that into this building. I'm sure where you guys are all from, like that would be done by a utility company or something, but out here we got to do it on our own. It's all copacetic. It's not illegal or anything, but mainly because nobody comes out here. But I could start with that, getting power.
All right.
You mentioned that you need some plumbing, so I'm gonna guess that that's related to the water in the basement because it's probably all pooling there.
Probably.
And being that you don't have power, you probably don't have any lights in the basement.
I think that's...
It's all right. We got a flashlight.
All right. Okay. So I can get started on the power. I can get some guys going on that. I can definitely get some guys working on some windows.
Okay.
And yeah, I guess if you guys were to look after the plumbing, that's fine. But I can't work on any of the other plumbing until that's done. So if you want, I could just send my guys down there too.
Yeah,
More
if
the
you got some
merrier.
extras, I
Yeah.
mean, the merrier, but
There's
we're
also
not
one
gonna
other
get
thing.
forward.
And since everybody's here now except Elsa, but I'll tell her in a minute. Oh shit. Christy?
Hey, Christy, come here.
Christy,
Bring the flashlight.
Can you just go
Everybody
and
but
stay with
like
Elsa
2 of us.
until I get over there, if that's okay? Can you do that? That's something you're
Okay.
capable of doing?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Rob said there's somebody that may have been sleeping here before we got here. So I would suggest not anybody going by themselves anywhere.
Yeah, and I would explain that like I found the master bedroom, like the sheets were messed up, whereas all the rest were, you know, perfectly folded and whatever, like a hotel would be. And then somebody had like crammed stuff into the window.
So you think there might be a squatter, and you just sent the shoe thrower alone somewhere?
Just to the kitchen. It's like right over there.
Yeah, we're all right here. It's fine.
It's more like don't go to the edges of the property by yourself. Don't go like upstairs to the far end of the hotel by yourself. Don't go to the basement by yourself.
Rob just casually whistling to himself a little bit.
You know, just don't go by yourself. That's all. I'm just trying to care for you guys, okay? I don't want anybody to get hurt. Because the hospital is really far from here.
I don't trust doctors, anyways.
Perfect. Great. Thanks, Dan.
Damn it, Dan.
Bunch of crimes.
All right, so with that, the workers do start to set off. A couple of them go down. They take that one flashlight from Christy, and they start to head off into the basement to try to get things worked out. The main worker does appear to be kind of guiding everybody through and making sure that they're all up to the job that he set out. A couple of them go down the road and begin taking power line down and moving it across the yard. You can see that they're doing their best to like bury it, but it's not going to be very deep. So chances are it's temporary power while you guys actually, set about more permanent structures. And then the one worker, he does come by and he says, hey, just thought I'd throw this out there. Back in the day, word has it that this hotel had, pretty large grounds. I know that they would often take people out fishing at the Isket. you might just want to go see if there's anything left back down there. They obviously don't own the river, but they were known to leave supplies for all the people who would come and stay. Just a thought.
Okay. Like,
Yeah.
is there like fishing huts or something over there?
Well, you know, this place really goes back to the old prospectors. See, what happened is that at one time, this was part of the gold rush, and so basically this area got really popular again because of the Iskit, and lots of people came out here to try to pan for gold, and then you know, the original owner decided, hey, let's build a hotel and get people out here. And then kind of just pass hands from there. So yeah, there's a good chance that there'd be some fishing huts or things like that down there. I know prospectors used to build little settlements and things like that.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. My sister's cooking up some food if you guys get hungry. So feel free to help yourself. She's usually like on it. And yeah. I'm gonna go that way now.
Okay, all right.
Bye.
Yeah, and he kind of just like leaves you to do that.
Just slide out of frame.
So I think, like, as the workers are getting to work, I just want to round up everybody real quick. Probably like call them into the office and just be like, "Hey, I found some really weird stuff," and I'll show them like the creepy warning and the drawings and everything.
Who's all there when you do that?
Ideally, everyone I can. Definitely Dan.
So anybody who would be there, which Rob is saying he wants everybody there, but as many people as he can. If you view these pictures, you are going to need to take a sanity roll as you see the scenes of torture, unease, and the quote.
33 for me. I think is a success. Yeah, 55 sanity.
Okay. 0 loss from you.
49, I succeed as well.
Okay, 0 loss.
I got an 18.
18? Okay, you're good then. And was Christy viewing these?
I was told to go find Elsa.
Elsa went into the office too, so you'd be with her.
Yeah, I mean, I'm turning around
so you'd
everybody
be here.
else, so.
Oh, we're all together now?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Is it the same, like the two?
Yeah, the sanity roll. Yep. Yeah, that'll be the majority of your rolls.
Oh no.
75.
All right, you're going to lose 2 points of sanity. There's something about these pictures. Maybe it's the bodies that are impaled on spikes that look like trees, or maybe it's the rivers of blood that looks like it could be fished in, but there is just something not right. And then that final quote just kind of seals it all, and you can't imagine who would paint these horrifying images. And in fact, you refuse to look at them any further and kind of just place yourself at the outside of the room and just listen to them as they talk.
Like run away.
You okay, Christy?
Wait, Christy.
I'm fine. Just fine.
Okay, you weren't here when I said it earlier, but don't go anywhere by yourself.
Noted.
Why?
I was gonna tell you, and then Rob did the thing. Rob found something in the master bedroom that kind of indicated somebody had been living here. That wasn't us.
Recently?
Rob's just here for all the big reveals.
Yep. Well, we'll have to be careful then. Keep an eye out. Don't go anywhere alone.
The paintings, are they older? Older paper?
I think
Why
you
don't
said that
you-
they were like 20s mostly, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Assuming 1920s, not 2020s.
They're just from last year. Isn't that creepy?
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
the guy who was sleeping
That's
here.
actually worse.
yeah, those are really
Is there
creepy.
such a thing as like history checks in this? Because I can't remember
Yeah.
from the last time we played. It's been a year and a half, so.
Yep, there is a history stat, but it would be kind of like local history that you'd be looking into, and since you're not from here, it'd be a pretty difficult check.
Maybe we could ask the workers
Yeah, they
if
may know.
there's something about this place.
Yeah, and I think whenever Deb brings up the squatter thing, I just want to ask, like, did anybody like pack heat for this? Because I don't have anything like that, but
Yeah, I've got Jared's revolver.
good. Yeah, we might just keep that close.
Probably good. Yeah,
Do you know how to use that thing?
of course. Why would I have a gun and not know how to use it?
Smart.
Are you asking all of America right now?
Yeah,
Oh.
right?
Hot take.
Like, I'm
He
an
can say
American.
it, he's
we
American.
Have guns. Like,
It'd be
we can
different
get
if
guns
we
here,
said it.
no problem. So
Ugh.
that's a legitimate question down here.
Yeah,
Like, do you know how to fucking use that thing?
Yes, I know how to use the gun. Jared showed me how to use it.
Laughs awkward in Canadian.
Camera point click.
It was the same grimace from the church on Res.
Yeah.
Ox.
All right. Well, we
Real
got a job to
question
do. I'm gonna go get those guys, and we're gonna go figure out the basement. And
Yeah, I'm
Dad
gonna
just
go
like leaves.
make sure my food doesn't burn.
Okay. You find
All right,
anything,
so-
Christy, when you were looking around?
Mhm.
Did you find anything when you were looking around?
I don't think our flashlight batteries are all the way charged, if you know what I'm saying.
Look, I need to get over what I just saw. Okay, I'm having a moment. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you the first
I'm
time.
sorry.
Aren't I supposed to go with your sister to make sure she doesn't get eaten by a bear or something?
In the kitchen.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm making conversation, Christy.
Yes. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep laughing. Yes, I found something. Hold on. Let me. There we go. I found a little note thing that we should probably share with the people who are working on the property about how the western red cedar tree at the northeastern corner of the property cannot be uprooted or moved in any way. I feel like they would know this because it is with respect to the indigenous people's beliefs and traditions, but we should let them know just in case, because, you know, lots of priesty potential influences on that.
Yeah,
and you know, good for us to know.
Yeah, also us.
true. I'm going to make a sign too, and just put it on the tree out there. Do not touch. Do not move.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, okay. I'll go tell the foreman, Mac. Sort of foreman. I don't even know if he would call himself a foreman, but Mac.
Sure.
I'll go tell Mac that.
Okay.
Sure,
So you
Elsa is fine.
Thank you, Christy.
Just like scotch tape to put it on the tree.
Yeah.
Well, you can't staple it. But...
Well, yeah, it's disrespectful.
Tied on with
So-
some rope or something. Do not touch.
So sorry, is one of you telling Mac and the other one's putting a sign out?
No, I have the sign, and I'm gonna take Mac with me to go to the tree so that we're for sure on the same page.
Okay. So yeah, Mac is kind of just hanging out in the front yard kind of area as he's directing people where to go.
Mac.
Oh, hey Deborah.
Hi, Mac. One of my friends found this piece of paper, in the office, I guess, about the red cedar tree. Can you identify red cedars?
And he kind of thinks for a second, and he's like, "No, I think it's that one."
Follow his gaze, because like I don't know. What do I know about trees?
Yeah, and yeah, he points to like a quite large, like 200-foot red cedar tree off to the side. It's the only one like it. And he says, "Yeah, I think it's that one."
Is that
Can
the
you
only
roll
one?
psychology, please?
Sure.
I just like the idea of, like, can you identify which one's red cedars? And you turn on, it's the only tree that's different for miles. Like,
Ooh, I got a
Basically it.
96, so I'm gonna push that.
Okay.
Okay, that's better. 41,
Okay, so
which is under 50.
the first time you're kind of taken aback by like him being like, I think it's that one. So what do you maybe do to like get a better handle on his like persona right now?
I'm gonna look at the tree that he pointed at. Is that in the northeast corner?
Yes.
And I'm gonna look around and see if there are any trees other than that are similar.
Yeah, there isn't. So, you're not quite sure why he's like, or maybe you kind of get a sense of like, okay, so there's only one, but he's still kind of like, the vibe you're getting once you realize it's not that you were mistaken, it's that he doesn't really know why you're asking about it.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the red cedar, then this note that we found says, "Don't touch it, don't move it, don't reroute it, don't do anything."
So he kind of takes the note from you, and he's like, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, of course, all of nature is sacred, but that tree is no more sacred than the one next to it.
I mean, maybe, but I don't want to bring any more bad juju on myself. I've already had enough of that. So
He chuckles, and he's like, "No, there's like, I have no idea why they would have written this note. There's no legends about red cedars around here."
Well, still, call me superstitious.
Hey, if you change your mind, I'll cut it down right here and now. My people have no need from it, and we're the only ones out here. So, but
That's
I
weird,
do
then.
get it. It's a beautiful tree. It is sacred, but again, it's no more sacred than the rest of them.
That's so weird, then.
Yeah. I guess if you want to put the sign up there saying not to take it down, go for it. But maybe just leave off the indigenous part. Like we don't. That's not up to us.
That's totally fine. I will respect that. I'm just gonna put a "Do not touch" sign on it.
All right. Well.
Management.
Yeah. I guess let me know if there's any other information you want about my people.
Yeah, you know what? I would actually love to know more about your people, to be honest. And like this area, because my husband, he inherited this property and I don't know anything about here or them or anything.
All right. Is there anything specific you're looking for?
Just like, I don't even know where to start because it feels like such a hot topic, you know?
I can, it's better to make an attempt than to, continue being ignorant. I get
That's
it. I
fair.
get you're in a hard place, but often an attempt is all that's needed.
Okay. What can I do to make this in line with your tribe's values?
Oh, well, um, I think you did a good thing by hiring some locals, bringing us closer into relationship here. Um, make sure that everything you do on this land is for good, and that when given the chance, that you give back. That's kind of all we ask for.
Okay, I can do that. I mean, once we open, if anybody's looking for work, you guys would be my first go-to, if that's okay.
Well, there's only about 50 people in town, and you're probably going to need at least, a handful of them. So
Just a couple.
yeah, there isn't very much industry out here, so I'm sure a few of us will be looking to take you up on that offer. And
Great.
honestly, that is probably one of the better things you can do for the folks living out here.
Okay, I can do that. Thank you, Mac. I'm a little out of my element.
Aren't we all? And he kind of just like looks out across the mountains, and yeah, it's very beautiful out here, but it is also quite inhospitable if you don't know what to look out for.
Speaking of, what should we look out for? I'm assuming bears?
Yes. Yeah, bears are one. There's legends of the spirit bear out here as well.
Okay.
But I guess be wary of those. Those are sacred. It would be a real tragedy to lose one of those if you accidentally thought it was a polar bear.
I can't tell if you're pulling my leg or not, and that was a joke.
No. Spirit bears are a subspecies of brown bear that have a white coat.
Oh.
They are perhaps the most sacred animal of these parts.
Oh, okay. I've never heard of spirit bears. So that's cool. Good to know.
So out of game, I have a book recommendation for you.
Got it. Out of character moose.
Yeah.
They also have spirit mooses. Beasts.
Yes.
Beasts.
Okay, that's great. Good to know. I had other questions and now they're gone.
Well, we'll leave you to think on that.
Okay.
And I believe Dan was going to take Rob to the basement. Was that what the plan was?
Dan was going to go and get other people to go down to the basement. Rob was going to follow along because he wants to have one of those backpacks with a tether from helicopter moms in the mall.
Damn right.
I stretched the shit out of my leash, man.
So you guys notice that there is already a crew that are starting to kind of get in to the basement area. They've got their flashlights. Some of them have even brought like headlamps. And when you approach the stairwell, they look up and they're like, "Oh, hey, you guys are probably gonna want to stay back. There is there's about 3 feet of water, and you can tell like they've already put on like their slickers and their boots and things like that, and they're actually starting to hand bomb water out of here."
Oh wow.
Yeah, we one of us already lost some shoes to it, but they're still weapons. Anyway, it's fine. Yeah, do you guys need a hand like getting this water out, or?
I think we're good. I'll be honest. There looks like there's some barrels of oh gosh, what would you call it? Quicklime down here.
All right.
Yeah, so we're gonna want to be careful. We're gonna want to limit the traffic down here, as you know that stuff's pretty combustible.
Okay. Does it look like it flooded just from like the rain or like from the river, or does it look like it's a plumbing issue? Like, should we go around make sure all the taps are off and stuff?
This is definitely plumbing. Yeah, it's coming in through the back wall there. We can see.
Okay, we'll go and make sure all the taps are shut off. Any of the sinks that are full will probably still drain through, but at least you won't get more than a liter or so.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. Thanks, guys. And
So-
hey,
I was gonna say, like, is there anything that I could roll to try and figure out like what the quicklime would be for? Because me as just
Sure.
a normal person is like that seems really suspicious, but I don't really know enough about it.
sure.
I would assume from like prospecting stuff, right?
Why don't you give me an education roll?
Where?
So that's one of your main stats across the top under characteristics.
Think they might have froze.
I was gonna say, I think Rick froze.
He looks so
He's-
panicked.
He's looking really intently.
We could take a break.
I think that's a
Sure.
great idea.
All right, let's take a break. We'll be right back.
hospitalized. As Cade
have
has met my wife.
multiple
can
black
contest
belts,
it.
and I wouldn't fuck with your wife. But
It's a great time to come back.
Yeah, it's perfect. I thought it was great.
It's always
Um,
a good time when we come back. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Always.
it's always fun.
Oh,
Words to the wise friends: don't call women little lady.
or anyone, but
I may be
Especially
5
women.
feet tall. Don't do it.
You
I
won't
would
club
also
me
take
First
offense
of
if I
all,
was called
I ain't
little
little.
lady.
Second of all, I ain't a lady. Third of all, go fuck yourself. All right. So,
So where we at, friends?
Rob was just trying to figure out what Quicklime was doing.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I got a 29 while my internet decided to go fuck itself.
It was the best. It was the best picture. It's right up
Yeah.
there with Cedars.
Well, Rob has heard a quicklime before. Maybe it was a high school chemistry experiment or something, but he specifically remembers that, one, it's highly corrosive. If anybody were to get it on their skin, it would cause burning, blistering, in large quantities, almost like melting. And the other thing is that besides just being able to decompose things quickly, if touched by water, it becomes highly reactive, heating up the atmosphere around it, and quite a few fires have been known to be set because of that.
Yeah, the decomposition was kind of my memory over the table being like, I think I remember hearing about that for some not so great things.
This
So
also happens when water hits my shoes.
before or after you throw them at a bear.
Before, that's how they become a weapon.
There, okay. It's all coming into place now.
Oh, it's there.
So you would understand that these workers would have a little bit of concern about a basement full of water and a barrel of quicklime on shelving.
yeah, so I think I would definitely try to find Deb and let her know. Or, I mean, if I can't find Deb, really anybody who wasn't
I've
there.
posted my message on the cedar tree, and I'm just talking to Mac on the.
And I'm
So-
still in the kitchen.
Just to clarify, Affy, Deborah posted the message on the tree?
Yeah, like not tacked it
that-
or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just
But you went
But-
up and put it on?
yeah.
All right. Well, we're gonna say that you left Mac alone for a second and said, "Excuse me while I go do this." And as you walked over, you reach out to put the sign on the tree. And I need a spot hidden roll.
What direction do you turn the doorknob?
Oh, okay. 58 from 60.
All right.
So I just
Make sure you check that box off. When you go to reach out, you notice that this very wide tree has two nails, 6-inch industrial sized nails sticking into it. And of course, the bark has grown around it through years of time and growth, but those nails are very much there. And they're roughly, I don't know, 3 feet apart. And as you go out to just tap on one for a second to see if it's exactly what you thought, you all of a sudden see the ghastly image of a man being tortured before your eyes. And I need a sanity roll.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to touch it.
That is a fucking 14.
All right, well, you're still going to lose 1 point of sanity
Okay.
as you hear the wailing screams pierce your eardrums as if he's alive and slowly dying of agony in front of your eyes. And then you blink for 1 second and he's gone. But your heart is racing and it seems so very real.
What the fuck?
It's fine.
This is fine. Everything's fine. I saw nothing. I've been under a lot of stress recently, and I'm like walking back past Mac into the hotel, just babbling to myself of this is fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. It's just I'm really tired.
Grief does weird things.
Jet lag, even though I've stayed in the same time zone, and then the drive, and yeah, no, it's fine. Everything's fine. Elsa!
Elsa, how's that food coming along?
I mean, given the amount of time that I've been in there, probably just fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think it's probably time that everybody sat down to have a hearty meal?
Yeah, especially if my sister comes in looking like she just saw a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on, sweetie?
I'm having a hard day. That's all.
I understand. You've been through a lot lately. Here, have some food. You'll feel better.
Thanks. Just kind of like sit down and stare at it for a minute or two before actually eating it.
Okay. Here you go, Christy. Because you were supposed to be in there with me, I think, right?
I was like,
Okay.
lean over to like Debra and be like, "There's raccoon in that." Thanks, Elsa. Like,
I'm gonna assume Elsa did not cook with raccoon, and I'm going to eat quietly while
would she
plotting
tell you?
Christy's demise.
Roll Constitution.
Oh, God. Okay. Make sure that the boys come get food, too. And everybody sit down.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking for Deb to begin with, so
Just shell-shocked with my stew. That is where you find me.
I feel that.
I assume that I see that, and, like, I'm concerned, because I know how she gets.
Never good enough for you.
It's not true.
What's up, Rob?
It's
Yeah, so we were gonna go downstairs, but they said there's like 3 feet of water and a bunch of quicklime, and yeah, it's a pretty big problem.
Do I know what that means scientifically?
I mean, I
Or
was
would
gonna
you-
say like I would probably explain
You would explain it? Okay.
to the best of my knowledge. Yeah.
Okay. Great. I have fire insurance. Yes, I have fire insurance. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, just thought you might want to know.
Maybe we can have them get it out of there? And not keep it
Yeah.
in the basement.
Yeah, it sounds like that's kind of the plan.
Would we know if that kind of stuff is, like, stable enough to move?
Yeah, you would know that it could be transported, especially if the barrel is all the way intact. You might be a little bit nervous about moving it while there's that much water, though. Accidents happen.
Wait until they, like,
Yeah.
get some... Because you said that they're, like, they're bucket chaining stuff out right now?
Yep, they're chaining the water out as best as
Okay.
they can.
Yeah, so maybe once they get more of the water out of the way. When it's
Yeah, and I
safer.
think Rob would probably be like, "Hey, Dan, we should probably go check on that power after we finish eating. See where they're at on that. See if we can help out."
Yeah, or you can go and do that, and I can do something else. You don't need to be my shadow, man.
Hey, I'm just looking out for you. We shouldn't go anywhere alone.
You
You heard
don't.
Deb.
You guys,
But if I'm working with other people from the crew, I'm not alone. You don't need to look out. I've always been very self-sufficient. Sometimes to a fault, granted. But, like, what trouble am I going to get in out here? There's explosives in the basement. Like...
That sounds like a great way to get into trouble. I just don't want to see you go away again.
If you don't stop following me, I'm going to go away on purpose.
Elsa slams her spoon down. It's good soup.
We just all like meme across the table at each other. Good soup.
I get it, and I was in prison.
Well, it sounds like some of you have a plan for the afternoon. You know, if I'm speaking honestly as the narrator, there's not a lot else going on immediately that would require your attention with the things that you've already looked at. There are parts of the hotel that have been left unexplored. There's parts of the grounds, and then of course there is, as was mentioned, probably some help out with the power lines that could happen.
Dan will go check the bedrooms on the main floor as well as the water closet to go and check and see if there's any sign of that like running water that they were saying is coming from that back wall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you begin to kind of mill about checking all those out. What's everybody else going to do for the afternoon?
They mentioned like prospecting record or prospecting and stuff. Did I find any records of that?
You did find some records that went back to the to about 1863. They would be less thorough of records, but there's definitely some stuff there. You did probably find out that there was some prospectors set up over down by the river at the edge of the grounds.
Hey, Elsa, wanna
Yeah?
come with me and check out a couple things on the grounds?
Sure. Deb, what do you want to do?
You gotta
Wanna
do
come with us?
admin stuff and like keep an eye on things. I'm sure.
Yes, I have admin things and other things to keep an eye on.
I think if Dan had already kind of taken off on his own, I might just be like, hey, you might keep your distance, but like if you don't mind keeping an eye on him.
Us or Debra?
Dan?
Yeah.
Well, like us or Debra keeping an eye on Dan.
Who's keeping an eye on Dan?
Oh, yeah, no, Debra.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's no problem.
Come on, Elsa.
Dan's just trying to live his life, and he's got this brother on his back.
Is there something I'm supposed to be watching him for? Like, is he gonna take his pants off and run around naked? Like, I don't...
Randomly explode.
I just
roll
I just
around
don't
in
want him
lime
to-
and then jump into the pool in my basement?
don't want him to get in any more trouble. I don't want to lose any more time with my brother.
More trouble?
Yeah, I probably shouldn't go into it.
Yes, son of a bitch.
Oh, okay.
And that's my mother, so I can say it.
All right, I'll keep an eye on him. I don't know what trouble he can get into out here unless he intends to like fight the workers. Like,
I mean, you just better safe than sorry, But also, I only got to the one room upstairs. I didn't get to check out the rest of it, so
okay.
at some point, if we want to check that out.
Well, Dan's out there with the guys running the power line, so how about we go look at the other room?
Oh no, Dan was going to the rooms. I was going outside to the power lines.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Fix that up.
I was just like before I go outside.
Okay. He shouldn't be up there by himself anyway, so I'll go and we'll check out the room.
Okay. Now, just to clarify, was Debra going to check up the upstairs rooms while Dan checks the downstairs, or was Debra going to meet with Dan?
Meet with Dan.
Okay,
'Cause
perfect.
Literally just said like half an hour ago, nobody go anywhere by themselves. What does he do?
Fair enough.
It
So
runs
you all
the family.
set to work doing those various tasks. Rob goes to help the men putting the power lines in, and we have Elsa and Christy who are going and making their way down near the river. And Christy, what do you hope to find over by the river?
I just have a question for Elsa mostly, but also anything like weird, creepy, like anything like ritualistic.
Okay. Because you've all been sharing what you've all learned and found. You saw the pictures. You saw the images of torture.
Ugh.
All right. Well, why don't you start out? You've got some stuff on your mind that you wanted to ask Elsa.
I'm not laughing. I'm just my face is not. I'm not laughing. I'm just fine.
It's
So,
okay. Mine talks in all caps, so I get it.
I'm just having a hard time not like mentioning your makeup. Like, it's really hard to remember that you don't have that on.
You know, Elsa, like, you've got something on your face.
Yeah, like you might want.
Not doing makeup for the rest of the month.
Little schmutz there. It's
Anyway,
I think you got a boogie.
as someone who like fully embodies their character, usually, I forget not everybody does that. So Elsa, I'm noticing that Debra seems to have a bit of an issue with me. Do you know why? I've been nothing but nice to her.
Well, it might have something to do with the fact that you were, sweet on her husband a while back.
Jerry. And it gets better.
Wait, hold on.
Sorry, I thought I brought popcorn, guys. Just wait.
Shit.
Yeah. As soon as I saw that on the character sheet, I'm like, I can't wait until that comes up.
Oh yeah, this character is fucking perfect for me because I get to be Mama Bear. So had a lot of fucking practice this month.
Yeah, we've met you.
It's fine.
Your sister realizes that I might be wrong about this, but based off of what I'm currently reading, your sister realizes that we were just friends, right?
I mean, look, I don't know what you got into in the past. Doesn't
Nothing.
matter anyways. He's not here, so.
Yeah. That is sad. I sound so sarcastic, I'm sorry.
But as both of you take a moment to reflect upon, the elephants in the room, as one of you didn't make it here. One of you didn't live to see the dream that you all shared at some point. You come across another dream.
all of us.
That was, well, fuck Dan.
Fuck you, Dan.
She is grieving!
Say it to her.
Feel my grief. Join me in my pain.
You
didn't even know him.
You come across some other dreams that have long dwindled away. And that is prospector cabins that over decades have deteriorated. The wood has let rot, crumbling to the ground, blowing over in the elements. And you can tell that at one time this had been a little bit of a settlement. And now it's just the skeletons and frameworks left over. But there is enough that you could explore them.
Did you actually want to look at this stuff or just ask me weird questions?
Look, we're in a very remote place, okay? And Debra clearly has a lot more on her mind than her incorrectly spelled name.
Her husband just died a couple months ago.
I know. And so I wanted to make sure that, like, because Jared and I were just friends. I want to make sure that we can all get along. Okay? Can you, like, make sure she knows that we were just friends?
Sure, I will mention it.
Also, he mattered to me too, okay? I'm also grieving. Like, there's no reason for us to fight each other. Yes, let's investigate.
And on that lingering note, each of you can roll spot hidden.
Wait, what is that?
Even just ones that are there.
Yes.
Yeah. Got
No, you
excited.
have
Roll it anyway.
supervision all the way to the river.
26.
I just wanted to roll the dice.
What does
I
that
rolled
mean?
a 4.
It means that you're going to look for your spot hidden skill, which
the
is
far
on the
right.
right-hand corner.
Okay. And then,
Roll your D100.
and I want less than 25.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, I know I have a lot of questions. I've just never played this one before.
Don't be sorry. It's always somebody's first time.
I got a 3.
That's fantastic, and that is an extreme success for both of you. It's almost like you spotted at the same time. In the rubble left over from years of prospecting and years of neglect, is that a journal? And I'm going to add that into the chat, and then we're going to go on to some of our other players while you give that a read.
Just like look over it. I was like, oh, what's that?
And let's see. So Debra and Dan, it looks like you two have met up, and you start to investigate the rooms. Where do you start?
I feel like Dan would have head to like the water closet by the lounge, just kind of keeping in that same circle that he was going in, just kind of being methodic about it.
Well, you know, there isn't too much going on, especially on that main floor. You know, each bedroom's more or less the same. It has a fireplace with a stove, bed frame, chair, dressing table. Most of it's been covered in bed sheets to protect it. You know, the windows in 1 and 3 are definitely all broken, letting the elements inside, and yet 2, not that bad. There's years of leaves and detritus and rain that have taken their toll on the furnishings, but, you know, it's about much as you could expect. You might actually want to start with these rooms in the coming weeks and try to clear them out in order to kind of establish some better, I guess, bedrooms for yourselves.
Yeah, not too bad. There's some good bones to work from here.
One positive, anyway. Need to get the windows done, and we should be good.
Yeah, that's not a big job. If we got this many guys, we'll be able to get it done pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. Nothing was wrong in the wash closet?
No, you can definitely tell that it's all clogged and it's not running, but you're starting to wonder if it's not a singular pipe that's clogged so much as the mainline pipe.
Yeah.
Well, that's annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Would you
I got some skills, but not in plumbing, so I wouldn't even know. I might want to leave that to Mac and his guys.
Would you start to make your way up to the second floor then, or the first floor rather, to check that out?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
All right. Well, you start heading up the stairs, and when you get up there, it strikes you as odd. You look around, and you count the rooms. And then you look back at your map, and there's something that doesn't sit right with you. And while you think on that, I'm going to go back over to Rob. Rob, you're out there helping the folks from the Tlingit Nation. Besides just helping them, would you be trying to get information from them or speaking with them in any sort of kind?
Yeah, so I mean, I would just be kind of asking like how long they've been in this area, if they have any family who are from here. You know, trying to casually see like anything about the 20s. if I can work that in, just super cash, you know.
Why don't you give me some sort of interpersonal skill roll here? So something like a charm or a persuade, whatever you're best in.
What if I rolled a 10 and a 0? What is that?
That's a 10.
Cool.
Wait,
That's
a 10
what I
and a
thought.
0? Let me just see
Yeah.
here.
10
Yeah,
0
that's a
is
10. Yeah, that's a
Okay.
10.
I just wanted to double check. And you said
I'm very visual, so
right. And what skill? I'm sorry.
charm or persuade, something that you would be good at that about talking to people. Don't
I'm
think
not
intimidate
very
would be
good at
good.
either. So
Okay.
I'm gonna go with persuade because I'm better at that.
Okay.
And that is under my half.
Perfect. So Rob, why don't you try to tell me, like, what is it that you want to know from them? Not like, I know that you're trying to keep it casual, but like, what's
Right.
something that you're gunning after?
Like if anything notable happened, especially around like 25, because that seems like that's when shit went down.
So the workers, they kind of give you their rundown about, who they are, and they talk about how, their family's always kind of been from here, sometimes people leave, but they always like to come back, and, this is where family is, and so that's the most important thing. And they also, when you kind of bring up, have people been around since, I don't know, the 1920s, he kind of stops for a second, and he's like, why do you ask about the 1920s?
No reason. I mean, it seems like this place has been kind of empty for a while, and then before that, it seems like maybe it was abandoned then too for a little bit. Like it just kind of goes through spurts of not really being like nobody's staying here using it.
Yeah. Well, it was abandoned in the 1970s, but some of the knowledge keepers in the area talk about some stuff, and really weird stuff that happened in the 1920s.
Well, like what kind of weird stuff?
It's not my story to tell, but I'll tell you what I do know of, and it's that no one speaks well of this hotel. And they claim that there was some pretty awful things that happened in the 1920s.
Do you know like any details of like what might have happened, or like why it was abandoned in the 70s?
The 70s, I think it's just a lack of tourism and money. But yeah, the 20s, people talk about some strange magic going on.
Okay, that does seem pretty odd.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, Mac cuts in. And, at this point, everybody here has been kind of, walking, checking things out, working for a couple hours after lunch. And Mac calls out and says, hey, I actually think it's time that we got to get going back into town. And so all the workers start to begin to pack up for the day.
So I would say like the person I've been chatting with, I'm just gonna ask him like, is this normal? Does he normally just pack up so soon? You guys just barely got here.
No, it was kind of the first day kind of thing, is to just check things out. We didn't know what time you were going to be here anyways, so we knew it was going to be a short day. We'll be back earlier tomorrow, put in a full day's work. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
But, he sees that, like, it's like 3 o'clock or so. It is, it is on a Monday, so they've got plenty of work for them. But today was mainly just about getting a start on things, so they knew what to do. And Mac comes by and he's like, yeah, we got to get some more supplies from town anyways. It seems like the plumbing's coming along pretty slowly, so we're going to see if we can maybe get a sump pump in there.
Were you guys able to get the power up and going?
So you were working there with them. You can see that it's probably about another 100 feet or so that you'll need to travel. So it is going to take you a fair portion of tomorrow's day to get that done. But it is started for sure.
Okay.
The trenching of it is what's taking so long.
Right.
Yeah. And then, of course, we're going to flash back to Elsa and Christy, as they had just found some information that perhaps they'd like to share.
Well, that's disturbing. You're muted, sweetie.
I didn't realize that. At least we know the leak in the basement hasn't been fixed since 1923.
Or it was fixed and broke again.
That's what I mean. There's been no maintenance on it since then. Okay. Yeah. Do you think that's gonna happen to us?
Which part?
The nightmares or the slitting our own throats?
Well, you don't shave your face, so I think you're safe on that. The nightmares, people tend to get into their own heads.
Maybe we should bring this up and show the others.
Sure.
Okay.
I just realized I was muted. The 2 journal entries I'll read aloud for everybody as follows. October 29th, 1923. Helped out at the hotel yesterday. Water leaking from the river into the basement. Managed to repair the wall and seal off the leak. Money will be useful as more supplies needed. Bad dreams again, though. Every time I'm forced to step foot inside, I have the dreams of the damned. They say Levy built the hotel on cursed land and that it'll never prosper. Old Levy certainly didn't. Sliced through his own throat one morning with his razor and was found by his son. Whatever brought me to this forsaken place. The next journal entry is as follows. April 2nd, 1925. We took him from his room and brought him to the big tree. He cursed and hollered, but we held him tight, fearful of his black magic. Put 2 nails through his hands to prevent him from casting hexes, and then I threw quick lime on him. His screams filled the night and made some uneasy about what had to be done. God forgive me, but we had to put an end to it. I hope the nightmares stop now.
How many insanity points am I about to lose?
Go ahead and roll.
One. I hope.
Is it a 001?
Yes.
So that is a critical success, so you will not lose any.
Yes.
However, Elsa also needs to roll.
Uh-oh.
14.
14? Alright, so you will also not lose any points. However, you are both a little shaken from reading this ghastly account. It seems that there's been both murder and suicide witnessed at this hotel.
Elsa, is there any information on who this journal even belonged to? Can you tell?
It doesn't say, like, in there, does it? Like, there's no...
Does not.
Okay.
Not that I can see.
Mm-hmm. We can always show it to everybody else, though, and see.
Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Is it, side note, is it handwritten? It's handwritten, right?
Yes.
Of course sorry. Of course it's handwritten.
Times New Roman.
Papyrus. Comic Sans.
Oh. You're a bad
Yeah,
person.
they definitely had, computers in 1925. Maybe
I mean, they're typewriters.
Maybe I can go back in the office and see if we can find... Maybe we can go back into the office and see if we can find anything that matches the handwriting.
Was there records from the 20s in there?
Yes? Yes.
Okay. Sure.
Real quick, over the table, was it JL, the initials that I saw?
JS.
JS.
Yes, okay. I tried.
All right. Well, Elsa and Christy begin the trek back to the hotel. Dan, the workers have left you, but we're going to go back to Debra. Sorry, not Dan. Rob, the workers have left you. We're going to go back to Dan and Debra, who had an odd feeling about this floor.
Where's room 7?
I don't know. I mean, was it like a superstition thing? Like, you know how some elevators that like skip floor 13? Like, maybe old timey in these parts 7 wasn't a lucky number. I don't know. I'm stretching here.
I mean, there's that, but... And I kind of, like, lead him into room 6, the bedroom 6.
Mhm.
And just kind of take a couple paces from the door to the wall. And then go back out into the hallway and take those same paces. And
you're able to continue walking straight past where you know you would have stopped in room 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I
there's
see your
something-
point.
There's something
mean-
here. But I'm assuming there's like,
Yeah.
no door or anything.
No. When
the
you
wall.
inspect it, you can tell that, the wall gets a little bit thicker here. It's almost like the wall juts out by a couple inches.
Can I go and like knock along the wall, looking for like a change in sound or like how it feels or something?
Sure, give me a listen roll.
Can I listen to?
Absolutely.
23.
I'm glad you heard it because I did not. I got 82.
23. Actually, that's a half. I don't know if that makes a difference.
It does not, but
Okay.
You heard the shit.
well,
out of
yeah.
it.
I heard the
Sorry,
I
yeah,
heard
a
everything.
half success.
I heard
Um,
Christy
Overdose.
shit talking me in the village. I heard them leaving.
You have a piece of your mind waiting for her when you get back. Yeah. So you both begin the knocking on the wall, and just as you would expect it, there is a shift. The wall suddenly gets thicker. As if, well, you might just be guessing at this, but as if they've plastered over an entire wall, creating a temporary wall that they've refinished as permanent in front of the old one.
That's. You hear that, Dan? Do you hear it?
I don't hear shit.
Knock and knock. It's dense.
Oh yeah, you can hear it now.
Oh. Yeah. It's right about there. And I give it like a firm boot.
And your boot knocks into the gypsum, and you definitely dent into it. You're not able to take a chunk that easily, but you can tell that, like, yeah, this wall, if you were to kick another wall, it wouldn't feel the same. Start kicking all the walls.
Dan's kicked many walls
Yeah.
in his life. He knows.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
What you do in jail?
Okay. Give me a second. Shut up, wherever you are, Rob.
I just heard Rob say something about jail. What?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
You have a hammer?
I don't. I mean, Spartan kick. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, at that, we'll actually flash back over to Rob, who, hey, Rob, all the workers have kind of packed up and left for the day. They told you they'd be back bright and early tomorrow. It's probably around 4 or so. So, it's not unreasonable for them for leaving at this point in the day.
Okay.
Do you just make yourself back or make your way back in at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to figure out where Dan and Deb would have gone to, just because I know that they were inside, and I know that the other two had gone, like, around. Because, I mean, at this point, I'm by myself. There's nobody else, so.
Yeah, fair enough. And yeah, you managed to find them inside. Now, Rob, you were working with those guys outside all day. Why don't you roll me luck for a second?
Okay. Holy shit. That's a 1.
That's amazing. So you actually have like a tool belt on that had a whole bunch of things in it, including a hammer, measuring tape, all of that stuff. And you kind of managed to walk up on them just as they're asking each other where they could go grab something to break down this wall.
I'm just gonna, like, pull the hammer off my tool belt and stick it right between them without saying anything.
Oh,
Looking at that, grab it.
hi, Rob.
Jesus Christ, it's like being on house arrest everywhere. Yeah, and I just start swinging on this door.
Yeah. And it's going to take you guys a while. This plaster, I mean, they really wanted it to stick on here. So it's quite thick. It's not going to be a job that's done in, an hour. It's probably going to take you well into the night to try to chip this back. But you can definitely see that you're making progress. And in fact, in some cases, you think you see part of a door. But we're going to go back to Elsa and Christy, who, after a while, make their way in front of the hotel. And it's starting to get a little dark outside, especially with the cover of that mountain.
Probably go find the others.
Really wish I kept that flashlight.
It's alright. We'll find something inside.
Okay. Just like follow along. Wait, which one of us is holding the journal? If it's me, I'm holding it like this.
Well, and
Yeah.
as you two enter into the hotel, you notice a couple of things. The first is that you can hear that somebody is making an awful racket upstairs, as if they're demolishing parts of this hotel.
Is
The
it
other
loud
thing,
enough to wake the dead?
oh, maybe.
No.
But
Why would you say that out loud?
the other thing that you notice is there appears to be a light coming from the basement.
Not checking that out.
Throw a shoe!
I would, but now that I know that things might explode down there if they get wet.
Boy, you don't want that shoe exploding.
Exactly. That is a... no. I didn't wear my Louboutins out here, but, That is a nice, comfy shoe, okay?
The Walmart version. It's shit. You can use it.
Whatever. Debra.
I think I hear some bitch.
Is it you?
No,
Yeah,
I think
these old buildings do tend to echo.
They echo as loud as some old bitch who's on the first floor named Christy.
It's an oddly specific sound in here.
I'm really good at hearing things, guys.
I have nothing nice to say, so I'm gonna say nothing.
Way to go, Thumper.
I shouldn't bring Jared into this.
Make me cry.
That
We'll
would be
leave you that.
insane. But yeah, I'm not gonna go check that out.
Yeah, we're gonna leave that for just a minute and go find the others first.
Sure.
Good.
So you leave the light from the basement, which, by the way, is the only light on in this dimming hotel, to find the others upstairs. They, too, are slowly succumbing to the darkness of the lack of light, but they're chipping away at this door.
What
And before
are
they
you
know it-
yahoos doing?
Well, I couldn't find a drill or a saw, and there's something back here, and I want to know what it is.
I just take like a step back, like, okay.
Would I have a flashlight on my tool belt by chance?
Oh, that was an incredible luck roll earlier. Yeah, I'd allow a small one. Like, not a very big one, but a small flashlight.
Did we seriously come up to like this abandoned hotel with like no supplies?
You had
Yeah,
no idea what to expect.
I was really thinking about the fact that, like, oh, we could light a fire. Oh, we didn't get any wood to light a fire.
There would be
Totally
enough
unprepared.
wood and stuff for a fire. Yeah, there would.
That's good.
I mean, we are in the woods.
Yeah,
You were
So-
tenting, right?
We
Yeah.
should probably cut down that red cedar and use that.
Yeah, exactly.
Great plan.
What could
like
go wrong?
What could go wrong? Could
Here,
possibly go
let me
wrong.
also pull off this hatchet from my
We'll
tool
put
belt.
it down, Deborah, and then you can let us know how that goes.
You know, there were some nails in this tree. I think maybe we could like tie your hair to them.
What? Wait. Hold on.
What?
Like, that aside, because that makes no fucking sense. Nails?
Yeah, I went out to put the sign on it, it's the do not touch sign. And there were these two nails in the... They're about like 3 feet apart? Yes?
You should look at what we found. Show them the journal
think-
entries.
At this point, Rob would be like, let's maybe go downstairs. Let's give this a rest since we're not going to get done with it tonight. And,
Oh,
like,
I
get a
swear
fire
to God.
Wait, but like this is like super important. Like your like I said, your shitty attitude aside, and good burn, by the way. You definitely helped clear something up. So we found a journal, and it, I'm just gonna read it to you. So April 2nd, 1925. We took him from his room and brought him to the big tree. He cursed and hollered, but we held him tight, fearful of his black magic. Put 2 nails through his hands to prevent him from casting hexes, and then I threw quicklime on him.
And as she finishes this sentence, Dan uncovers one large piece of plaster as it crumbles towards the ground, and he has opened up sightline to the door beyond, which has a hastily drawn white cross over the door.
Haha, I did it, guys.
Shit.
What? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
maybe wait until the morning. You know, like,
Yeah.
light.
But like,
You know, I think we should go down to the
Disclose now.
kitchen where we have a fire going for the stove and not...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would the workers have gotten... I was going to say, would the workers have gotten, like, the windows boarded up at all, or, like, replaced?
It seemed like a lot of their work was to kind of take measurements for the windows and make sure that it was all inventoried. Most likely part of their goal would be to come back and start doing some window work tomorrow once they have some glass cut.
So if they got... Wait, side note, Elsa and I weren't here for the conversation about how far along they got with the power, right? Like, we weren't here for that? Okay. So back, like, to where we were. If they got powered down to the basement, is there power up here?
There's no power yet.
What do you mean? There's a light
Yeah.
on downstairs.
Yeah, there's a light in the basement.
Oh no,
It's
is something
on.
on fire?
No, I don't think so. I think it's like a light.
Deb, you said you had a gun?
Yeah.
Can I see that?
Like, pull it
Deb,
out
you
of
go
my-
first.
Shut up, Christy.
No.
Just pull
Don't
it
worry,
out
I'll
from
take
under my
care of you.
jacket.
Yeah, so Rob's gonna start heading downstairs.
Do you know how to use that, Rob? Since that seems to be the question of the day when we have firearms.
He wouldn't have a gun if he didn't know how to use it, and I follow him.
Again, this is America. That's a legitimate question down here.
But we're in British Columbia, where that is a legitimate question.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
Rob's-
definitely
Rob's-
go with them. Like,
Rob's
Who
just going
decides
to
to
be
go
like,
down the stairs first.
oh, definitely Rob. I mean, I've got a flashlight and a gun.
So does
Yeah,
everybody go
good.
down to the main floor, and then Rob goes down the basement first?
Did the
he did until you said that way.
Are you
I'm
sure?
just clarifying. I'm just
It's
double
the
checking.
equivalent of the DM asking what the marching order is.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
you hear that, so.
Did the workers leave any sort of like 2x4s or anything here?
Oh yeah, there'd be like lots of, lumber and supplies left around.
Okay, I'm grabbing like a 2x4 unless there's something like a sledgehammer or something. That's what I'm.
Roll me
With
luck.
the sledgehammer?
Ooh. 59.
You can't use luck for luck. You do not find a sledgehammer.
2x4.
But there's a hammer.
There is definitely
Yeah,
2x4s.
I see her looking around, and I hand her the hammer that I was using for the door.
That's too close. And I grab a 2x4.
She wants reach. So, Affy, just a heads up, if you were to have to swing something with that, you would use your brawl skill.
Okay.
Can I find an axe? A small axe?
You want a hammer?
Roll me
I
luck.
can throw that too.
Roll me luck as well.
Roll,
Okay,
roll
you got that. If you want a real axe.
Either way. I can't read. That's a 57. Did I die?
No.
Did I fail?
You just didn't make your luck roll. You do not find a good condition axe. We'll say you find like a broken one, so like the head's all rusted out and stuff. In the trade room. What was that called?
Trading post.
Trading post. Thank you.
Right.
But it's not in a usable condition.
Try my luck with the hammer, probably.
That sounds fair. However, we have all of you kind of surrounding the office area, and you all see the light glowing up from the basement as Rob approaches and begins to walk down. And Rob, I'll need you to roll dexterity.
Let's see. Got a 36 and. Oh, yeah, that's. I'm gonna. If I match it, that counts, right?
Yep.
Cool. So I'm gonna use one of my luck points to make it a 35, so it's my half
Your
score.
half.
Yep.
Yes. So the stairs are rickety. The workers must have been very careful because as you go to step, one of them gives away and you stumble forward, but you manage to grab the banister and hold on. But something doesn't feel right as your right foot steps down. It squishes a little. And when you look down and shine the flashlight, you see a decapitated head of one of
Oh,
the
shit.
workers. And I need you to roll sanity.
Wait, one of the workers from today?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Their HR is going to hear about this.
That is 40.
I don't have
Yeah.
insurance for the workers.
So that is 40 out of 40,
45.
45.
Yeah.
So you're going to take 2 sanity damage
Oof.
as you gasp out in terror and you unceremoniously kick the head away from you and scramble back upstairs, describing to the others what you just saw.
What the
Yeah,
hell?
I see, because I said I was going with them.
Were you right behind him? Yeah, I think you would see it.
Yeah, I said I was going down with them.
Yeah, absolutely. You see that he stepped on it, so why don't you roll me a sanity as well?
40 over 60.
So you would lose 1 point from seeing this happen.
some
I think
shit
Rob's just like, Dan, get the fuck out of the way. Get the fuck out of the way.
Why are we yelling? What happened?
There's a head. Like a fresh, from today, one of the workers' heads.
What?
What? Debra!
That's not funny, Rob.
I'm not kidding.
I saw it too, but like, I can't imagine that Mac would have left without one of his people. Like, I feel like somebody would have said something, or we would have heard something. I haven't left the house yet.
Me neither.
You know, it's weird because I was out there with them and they just kind of packed up out of the blue. Like, we were working and then he just came out and was like, okay, it's time to go. So that was a little bit weird.
I'm done working, time to go, or I just decapitated somebody, time to go.
I mean, he was pretty calm, but it was awfully sudden. Like, there wasn't a whole lot of like, hey, let's wrap this up and clean up. It was just like, okay, it's time to go.
They did, in hindsight, Rob, they did take a little bit of time to make sure everything was organized, but one of the vehicles did leave before the other one. They weren't right quite behind each other. In fact, why don't you give me a psychology roll in hindsight? So I'm going to give it a harder difficulty because you're trying to recall back.
Ooh, that is a... Oh, wait, no. I can't read. That's a 6.
An extreme
Debra?
success.
Do you know how
Yeah.
many people were here?
Didn't take a head count. Not a camp counselor.
Yeah, I
A
didn't
head
either.
count.
Yeah.
Looks like you got a spare.
At least one, okay?
Rob, you don't think they were leaving in like a panic, but it definitely wasn't like we're stopping to make sure everybody's accounted for kind of leave.
Right. Yeah, and I'll definitely relay that.
I'll take my gun back from Rob, and then I'm gonna pull out the satellite phone and try to call the sheriff's office, or like the nearest police person.
We're in BC. We don't have sheriffs, I don't think.
I have no idea.
I mean, there might be sheriffs.
Alberta
They're
has
just not
sheriffs.
that kind of sheriff. They're traffic.
Alberta has
They're
sheriffs.
traffic cops.
I mean, if we're on the res, it would be like the
They would be RCs.
yeah, they would be RCs if that's where we are or whatever. But
Well, you pull out your phone, and you do notice that you've actually missed quite a few notifications. It seems like the good old CBC is just blowing up. And here's a few of the headlines that you see. Russian scientists have warned of seismic activity in the east of Russia. Riots in Commerce, California as buildings fall into sinkhole. Volcanologists are warning of significant activity along the Pacific and Indo-Australian tectonic plates. Mass exodus from South Island, New Zealand. Disease outbreaks blamed on ancient curse. And can I just get everybody to roll me? It can either be a history roll, or you can give me a hard education roll.
What does hard mean again?
The half value.
I got an 88 over 20.
Oof.
I'm gonna push my luck. I got a 49.
I got a 77, so
Got a 48 on the second one.
Got an 86, whatever that means.
45.
And what's your education? Yeah,
It's
so
60.
all of you are, Debra begins to read these headlines out and she's like, what is going on with this world? And none of you really seem to put any pieces together or anything like that. It's a lot of weird activity all over the world. But Debra, you then notice that you don't have any service on your satellite phone.
turn it off, turn it back on again.
Yeah, you begin to get one bar. You kind of step towards the doorway. It jumps up to 2.
I try to call, make an out call.
Yeah. You do manage to get, it sounds like it's not from, you get 911 on the line. And do you report exactly what you've seen?
Yeah. One of my friends went down to the basement after we had workers. There's a decapitated head in my basement. Please send help. I don't know what to do.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's certainly concerning to the operator. She assures you that they'll be sending somebody right away, but sorry, you're at the 7 Stars?
Yeah.
Ma'am, are you aware that the closest dispatch is from Telegraph Creek, which is well over 170 miles away?
I don't know how many miles are in kilometers. Can you please speak Canadian?
That's a good question.
Weird that you don't.
I think there's a conversion in here.
170 M to KM.
400.
It's like there's
273 kilometers.
I was gonna say, isn't it like 1.2 or something like that? Or 0.8?
Google,
is it 0.8?
it's 1.6.
1.6?
Yeah, according to Google.
All right, 2.2 pounds. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
2.2 pounds.
Yeah, and nobody knows in Fahrenheit. Y'all need to get your measurements right.
Damn
Fahrenheit is
freedom
based on a
units.
dream. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
Even I don't use Fahrenheit anymore because I deal with Canadians for my day job. I don't even use that anymore.
Good.
All I know is
I
minus
live in
40 is
Eastern
the same in
time and
both.
I use regular.
That's true. Minus 40 is the same in both, and it's damn cold.
And doesn't water boil at 270 something?
But
I have no
It
idea.
boils at 100 for us.
It
Right.
freezes
Yeah.
at 0.
Yeah.
Well,
Negative
Oh.
40 and negative 40 are the same, I think, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, there.
Celsius?
yeah. When the dispatch says that, I'm like, yeah, I know.
All right, well,
I
we'll
don't
be sending
intend to
people.
go down to the basement. Somebody already stepped on it, so
Not intentionally.
not intentionally stepped on it.
Yeah, so she says that they'll dispatch people right away. She's sorry that she can't help it get faster than that, but they are certainly on their way.
Thanks.
Question for you. I forgot to you said I lost 2 sanity things?
Yes.
I didn't change anything. I forgot. So
Well, that's okay.
what do I change?
So under your sanity at the top, the box in the middle where it would have said 50 should now say 48. So it should say 50, 48, 10.
Got it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Well, the cops are on
No
their
problem.
way.
Was there still a light in the basement?
Well, when the head was kicked over, the light went out as it submerged in the water.
Oh, so
The
it was like a
light was-
headlamp.
Coming from the head.
It was a headlamp.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also, fuck you, Cade.
That was pretty good.
That was horrible. Well,
So,
And as Debra gets off the phone, and it sinks in just how isolated they are, all of you hear a bell start to chime from the office. And as you all look over to the northern wall, you see a line of bells attached to ropes that run up into the ceiling throughout
nope.
the hotel.
I cut line number 7 right away.
Indeed, it is 7 that is
Nope.
ringing.
Nope.
I'm really not one to stay here tonight at this point.
Nope.
I'm not
I
going
think we should leave.
either.
Let's get
Yeah.
into
Grab the hammer that I gave to Christy and I head upstairs.
Dan. No, we're leaving.
Yeah, we
Cell
need
phone?
to get the fuck out
I
of here.
heard that Dan's
So-
going. Dan,
if
you
someone's
head
fucking with
upstairs. What
us-
do you do?
Do we
I
have
head straight
cell phones?
to
After him and
room
film it?
7 to that door,
Yeah, do we have
and
cell
I
phones?
start hacking away enough so that I can try to open it.
Like, I know that there's no reception, but can I, like, film this and be like, paranormal activity?
If this goes viral, you owe me
Phasmophobia.
royalties.
Dan, give me a strength roll.
Yeah, so I mean, as soon as I see Dan going upstairs and like not listening to anybody, I'm like, Deb, I need that gun again.
No, I'm not giving you the gun so you can shoot your brother, and I know how
I'm
to
not going to
shoot.
shoot him.
I got
Okay,
a
well,
12,
then we need to
so
get up
that's
there.
a
We cannot just
extreme
let him go.
success.
All right,
Elsa.
yeah.
An extreme success.
Extreme success.
So we're
And you took the hammer or the hatchet?
I took the hammer.
Rob and I are going upstairs after Dan.
Get out of my hands and
I'm
run.
going right
Yeah.
behind you because I'm not letting you go by yourself.
So you begin to two-hand this hammer,
Oh, I can.
slamming it into the plaster and ripping off the last vestiges of it. And then, as the whole door is uncovered, you take one boot and you slam it into the doorknob, busting the knob open, and the door slowly swings. And as you gaze in for 1 second, your eyes are overcome by the signs of a mob carrying a man out of the room as he screams bloody murder, and I need a sanity roll.
You know it's ghosts when you like full on kick in a door and it just slowly opens.
Yeah. 33 over 60.
So you are going to take 1 sanity damage for seeing this, but again, you kind of step back for 1 second, and you don't see anything else.
Are
I enter the room.
you okay, Dan?
Yeah, dust from the plaster. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I have my gun out.
Do all of you enter the room?
I'm staying at the door.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna follow Dan in.
So you notice that, unlike the other rooms, this one's windows are covered in black cloth. It's hard to see. You only have that one small light left. But you notice that it hasn't been touched for much longer than the rest of the rooms were. As you begin to pick through the things, you find twine, pictures hung on the walls with nails. Specifically, there are 7 on the walls, and piles more of paintings all over the floor. And you find a trunk with the initials JS on it.
Dan, can I see that hammer?
Yeah, I hand it to him.
Yeah, I'm gonna start hitting on the lock.
Mm-hmm. You take one big swing, and it clanks open, falling to the ground. And inside you find typical clothing of a 1920s male, perhaps vaguely European.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else? That's it?
You do find a small vial. Why don't you give me a no roll, which is against your intelligence. Or sorry,
Okay.
your education. Your education.
What? Not old D&D rules where you have to taste it to know what it is?
I should hope not.
Lick it. Lick it.
Skyrim rules.
Yeah, I'm gonna use. Yeah, it's a 61, and my education's a 60, so I'm gonna use another luck point on it.
When you do that, you look into this vial and you hold it up to your flashlight and notice that it's a vaguely brownish black, and you immediately know that this is blood.
Yeah, put it down.
Is there anybody else who wants to join them in this room?
I'm staying at the door and just kind of like peeking down the hallway because there's still the question of the water
Mm-hmm.
on top of all this.
But I will. I feel like I don't want to, but I feel like I should.
Like you're compelled.
Yeah, hate it, but gonna do
Voice
it.
in the sky.
Voice in the walls, maybe.
1 second here.
While we're doing this, Quinn keeps like staring up that way.
Nope.
And every time I try to
Nope.
adjust her like goes back and is like staring. I'm like, what are you looking at, you weird
Nope.
little villain?
You gotta burn the whole place down now.
Yep.
What? You don't see the guy standing behind you?
Pasta must be able to hear you too because she keeps staring at me like.
Get my
Can I
security
get
blanket
everybody
on.
who's in the room?
Oh, sweetie.
Everybody who's in the room, make me a spot hidden roll, please.
26 over
I don't
30.
see shit.
We ain't found shit.
I got an 82, so
So, Dan, as you look around this room, you notice the 7 paintings along the wall. And it's so strange that the paintings look like the area outside that the hotel is nestled in. But there's a quote that moves among the landscapes. There's a design that moves along them. And underneath the one painting along the wall is sketched the quote, "And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, some to shame and everlasting contempt." And can you also give me a no roll, please?
Pretty sure that's the same thing that the
That's
reference
exactly.
before he left. Yeah. Held a bolt Tyler. Ooh. I'm gonna burn 7 luck to make me pass. Yeah.
You know that this is indeed the quote the pastor or the reverend spoke, and that it specifically comes from the book of Daniel, which is in the Old Testament.
Can I make an occult check to see? Because, like, there have been some mentions of, like, spells and things like that to see if I would notice anything of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see the quote from the door from where we are? Like where I'm standing
No.
with Debra? No? Okay.
Okay.
You might see him looking at the wall, but
Okay. What do you
So
guys see?
I got a 20, and I'm gonna burn a decent number of luck points to make this work. So I'm gonna burn 15 to get to my half. Yeah, screw it. We're gonna do 18 to get to my extreme.
okay. You, just from your knowledge and passage of time, the histories of this area that you may have looked into or have knowledge of in the past, you understand that there's some sort of connection here. The fact that on the day that you get here, the uncovering of all this history, the notifications on the satellite phone, you are convinced that there is a larger context here that it's just slightly escaping you. But with that, Christy, you are compelled to slam the door and try to lock them in.
There was no hesitation there at all.
Christy,
And you
what the
slowly...
hell?
Wait, did somebody make a door slamming sound, or did I imagine that?
I have a soundboard.
Yeah,
Oh,
your
I
eyes
don't know what
got
you're talking about.
real
I was
big.
like, I don't know how that happened, but that was amazing. And you begin holding the doorknob in order to prevent anybody from leaving. And everybody inside is now plunged into darkness as the flashlight fails.
Is Christy inside or outside?
She was in... she popped outside to close it.
Okay, so Elsa and I would be outside with her.
Or did I push you in?
I have
No,
a
no.
gun. Just putting that out there.
Myself right now, but okay.
And Rick, while Rob and Dan were inside, just before the light went out, each one of you thought you saw some sort of geometric pattern on the backside of the painting as you guys were looking through them.
Okay.
And we're back to Elsa and Debra and Christy, who is trying to hold the door as tightly shut as she can.
What are you doing?
Fuck.
Christy, let go of the door.
Do I answer them? Or do I just like keep focusing on the door?
You begin to ramble about how, no, the door has to stay shut. You can't let it out.
We have to close the door. The
Let
door
out.
is shut. We can't let it out. We can't
Rob
let
and
it out.
Dan are in there.
We have to keep the door closed. The door has to stay closed.
Rob and Dan are in there. Let them out, and then we can close it again.
We can't let it out. We can't let it out. We
Christy,
can't.
open the door.
We can't. We can't.
And I pull out the gun and point it at her. Open the fucking door.
Or we have to keep it closed. We can't let it out. We cannot let it out.
What are you talking about, you insane bitch?
We can't let it out.
Can I try to like physically move Christy?
Absolutely. So we'll need a contested strength roll here. So you can use your strength against her. Christy, you'll have to use your strength, but at a disadvantage to try to hold on. So you're going to roll with a penalty die. So your tens die, the double digit, you'll roll twice, and you're going to take the lower outcome.
Use my old man rolling dice.
Yeah, you are.
I roll it twice.
You're just, yeah, your tens die there. You're going to roll that one twice and take the lower outcome.
Do I roll the other one once?
Yes. So the single die will remain the same.
10 and 7, and then 30 and 7. So 17 and 37.
Okay, so 37, and what is that against your strength?
You wanted the lower outcome, right?
Yes, the worst outcome, which is actually the higher one.
Yeah.
Okay. 80.
So that is a regular success out of 80 for strength. Okay, so that is a hard success versus what did Elsa get?
Rolled a 7.
An extreme success. So you managed to throw her out of the way. I believe that's an extreme success. Oh,
Yeah, it's under my.
no. It is a hard success. So it is not
Oh,
quite
okay.
enough for an extreme. You could spend some luck if you wanted to try to.
I'm sorry, are we just gonna skate past the fact that Christy's strength is fucking 80?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus! Why the fuck was I swinging the hammer at the door?
If Quinn keeps trying to eat my dice.
Hesta keeps trying to steal my D4s. Like when we play, she tries to steal my D4s all the time.
As I was saying, don't let it out. Don't let it out. You cannot let it out. Don't open the door.
How
Don't open
much
the
life do I have to burn
So
to?
you had rolled a which
I
sort?
rolled a 7.
Okay, so you would have to. Oh, I apologize. I'm just bad at math. That is an extreme success, so you're good.
Okay, because I was like, it's
Yeah.
under the 10, so.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so you don't have to spend any luck. You are able to shove her well out of the way. In fact, she goes tumbling, and we're going to say that she does end up falling over, and all of a sudden, Christy comes to her senses.
I shoved the
And
door.
she's
open.
not sure. Yeah, and as the door opens, the light miraculously comes back on, and Rob and Dan can see that on the backside of the one painting they have is a geometric pattern that appears to go from edge to edge on the one, like, vertically, horizontally.
What the hell?
Get out.
So,
Yeah,
Get
what
out.
the
Get
fuck?
out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
what
get
kind
out,
of
get out. Put it
geometric
down,
pattern
get
are
out.
we talking about?
It's very hard to describe, but you know what? You had a really good occult roll before, so you know that it is something pretty culty.
Yeah,
Also-
I'm
No, go on.
I was gonna say, like, as I'm running out of this room and dragging Dan with me, I'm like, nope, no, enough of this shit. We're leaving. We're leaving. Who has the keys?
I do.
Curiously, this was one of the paintings that was on the wall.
I check another painting.
So
Check the
as
back of it.
as Rob is trying to usher everybody out of here, you check all 7 paintings, and there is some sort of consistent design, but on the back of each painting is actually there's a phrase on the back of each painting.
What is it?
Well, it's in some sort of language that you're not really sure about, but I will add it to the chat so you can check it out.
Would it happen to be German?
It is not German.
I hope you know that as soon as he posts that, I'm reading it out loud. Just putting that out there.
I knew it.
Please
Oh,
do.
no.
Nyaga! Nyaga! Azathoth ya! Finnai! Yagath-roll! Nagath-roll! Yachin! Yachin! Thoth-gath! Yagst-gath! Ja, bin ich ja ja Kinlagar yesta.
And as
That was flawless for the chat. For the stream.
Dan calls that out, bellowing it from the top of his lungs, nothing happens.
Dan, what the fuck? Get out here.
Sorry, I just had a stroke, guys. Don't worry about it.
What? Why did you? What? Fuck! Ow!
As soon as Dan
You
and
would-
Rob are out,
you
I'm
wouldn't let the
closing
boys
door and
out.
locking it.
What do you mean?
You were
Dan,
holding the
can I
door
get a
shut.
sanity roll?
I kind of figured.
What do you mean? I was holding the door shut.
11 over 60.
Okay.
I
You
Sorry,
feel
over
a little
58.
funny.
58. I lost a couple.
You feel a little funny, like there's something prodding at the insides of your mind, but it goes away after a second.
Withdrawals.
So with my occult roll, like, would I recognize anything about that at all?
No, it's no language you've ever heard.
I don't
But
know
it
how
definitely,
you put it.
like, you would
Perfectly
recognize that
recited
it sounds like some sort of chanting.
Right.
Over the table, I recognize a name.
Oh yeah, no, same. There's two very obvious names, and I'm like, fuck.
Sure.
And can I get a listen roll from everybody?
Oh, shit.
Listen roll.
47.
84.
41 over
Ooh.
50.
Got a 59. Oh yeah, no, I didn't hear shit. Out of 30.
Deborah, you hear
20.
breaking of glass from downstairs.
There's somebody downstairs.
There's glass to break?
Probably another window. And again, once Dan and Rob are out of the room, I'm closing the door and locking it.
That's fair.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Christy, you're a dumb bitch. Let's go.
Whatever. I'm still smarter than you.
Alright, fuck this shit. Okay, you two are sorting this shit out right now, because I am done with this. I just
No.
fucking read some shit in there. If you guys can't talk about prison rules, you're fighting it. I don't care.
No, we are getting the fuck out of
We
here.
are leaving.
Yeah, like,
Yes.
So
I had to
who heard
move
the
you from
glass?
the door.
Debra and her misspelled name can deal with it, not now.
My name is perfectly fine the way it is spelled.
Hopper, I'm gonna lock you
sake.
in that room.
I'm
Bruno,
sorry
who heard
there's
the glass
no,
break?
Like, what?
I
Bathroom
didn't
break?
hear shit, so...
No, I said who heard the glass break?
I did.
Ah, okay.
Mm.
Anybody who succeeded their listen check heard it.
Not me.
Nah.
So one person heard it.
I don't know, sounds pretty sus to
Somebody
me.
broke some glass downstairs. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Okay. After you.
Yeah,
I'm going.
I'm right behind my sister. I'm not letting her.
I have my gun, and I'm going first.
I apparently have a kitchen knife that I've been walking around with. So
I just like
it's the one thing in my inventory.
walk up to Dan, like, give me that fucking hammer.
Fuck you!
Oh no, I had the hammer.
Okay, walk up to Rob, give me the fucking
Deborah,
hammer.
Oh no,
as
I
you
have.
begin
I have
to
a
head
desk grip.
towards the stairs, the cell phone vibrates.
Oh, good.
Do we
Uber's
just
here.
all collectively go, "Ugh."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just picture like the Scooby Doo where we're all like back to back to back.
Somebody hear
It's a
that?
notification
Yeah, I hear
once
it.
more from the news saying,
Brie and her damn
in
soundboard.
growing and concerning news, Saipan, the largest island off the northern Mariana Islands, is reporting mass panic as a series of earthquakes cause damage to buildings and roads throughout the island. And then a second one. Kimkata, Russia, is in a state of emergency following the eruption of the Avachansky volcano. The Avachansky volcano is part of the so-called Pacific Ring of Fire, an area lying between the American and Asian continents.
So, do we
The
all,
heck?
are these all being read out loud?
That was Deborah read them. If she chose to read them aloud, she could.
I just kind of gave a quick glance at it, said, not my problem, and used the satellite phone as a flashlight on my way downstairs.
And does everybody go down at the same time?
I'm going right behind my sister, for sure.
I mean, I'm not going to be left alone in the dark.
Yeah, Rob's
Yeah,
definitely
I'll-
like right behind Elsa.
Yeah, I'll take up the rear.
You all hurry down the stairs as fast as you can. At this point, it seems like you're determined that you need to leave this place, at least for the time being. And as all three of you descend to the bottom of the stairs, you are confronted with the ghastly image of a rotting corpse standing in the doorway, tattered clothes hanging from its limbs, its jaw aghast.
I
And every
reach for the
single one of
revolver that
you-
I've been hiding for, and I
You
shoot.
walk into a mirror.
Every single one of you will roll sanity before that gun can fire.
No? Hey, Deborah, you looked into a mirror? No? Okay.
You're not helping, Chrissy.
That's really not good. It's a 96.
Oh,
I got 97.
All that?
oh.
So
Can
All
I?
right.
Can I
Hardy
push my
boys
luck
are
on
doing
that?
great.
you cannot use luck or push on a sanity roll.
That's what I was
So-
afraid of.
Let's do this in order. Elsa, how did you do?
Got a 35.
Successful then? All right, you will lose 1 point of sanity.
Okay.
Okay, and then we'll go on to Deborah.
49.
49 out of a 54. You will also lose 1 point of sanity. Rob.
It's a 96 out of 43.
You're going to lose 6 points of sanity,
Yay.
which means that you, when we have a moment here, will enter a temporary state of insanity before
I thought it
losing
was-
5 or more.
Okay. I'm gonna say
There's-
mine was 9, so
Yeah, you're very close to that, having lost 8, but you did hit your temporary limit, which is 5 points or more at 1 point.
that's
We
right.
are going to go on to Dan. Dan,
97 out of 58.
you are going to lose 5 points of sanity, entering a temporary state as well.
Sick.
Runs in the
Christy.
family.
Yep. Hardy
don't
boys.
wanna
Not
talk
actually
about
that great.
But I have to. It was 73.
So you are going to lose 3 points of sanity.
Okay, that's better than I thought it would be.
So let's see. Let's
The
do
ladies
some
keeping
math.
it together while the guys freak out.
Pretty sure
Rob,
that's the lowest sanity that from anyone
Normal.
still.
Rob, can you roll me a d10, please?
Sure. That was a 2.
So, Rob, you immediately feel weak in the knees and you are sick to your stomach as you try to run away, but it's like you're hobbled. you are going to, for the next 9 rounds, are going to take a penalty on all dexterity or rolls that require quick movements.
Okay.
Okay. And then that will last for about 9 rounds, so I'll tell you when that is done. Dan, can you also roll me a d10?
10.
Dan is going to enter a state of mania. Please roll me a d100.
Oh no.
80.
Oh no 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 no.
I feel like
no.
I heard Cade say something about something he had hidden, which makes it even more concerning.
Yeah,
This
was
is
this a
a-
bad time to reveal that I had a revolver this whole time?
So this is quite frankly the most amazing outcome you could have hoped for. Dan, you are so certain that this thing is real, and it's so connected to what you saw in that room. You saw the vision of the man being tortured, you saw the paintings, the scriptures, you spoke the language out loud, and it all sinks into you. It's the ghosts. It's connected to the ghosts. They're all here. They are coming for you, but you need to defeat them first. And you run back up to the room, dropping your revolver. And with that, Dan, Rob, you are also going to try to get away. But we do have Christy, who took a little bit of sanity damage. Christy, you dive behind the office counter. And that leaves that Elsa and Debra, the twin sisters, remain standing still long enough to confront this thing head on.
I'm gonna grab the gun that he dropped.
Please
Do
do.
you know how to use that?
Yes, actually.
And do you begin to fire?
Yes.
All right, please roll your handguns. Firearms handguns.
I got a 48 over 50.
That is a success. Please roll 1d8 worth of damage.
You get
7. And it says
7?
plus DB. I don't know what that means.
I don't think there's a damage bonus on a gun.
Oh, okay.
No, not a gun.
I may have miswritten that.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. 7 damage though.
Yes. I shot the cop.
So you managed to slug this thing right in the neck, taking out one massive wound. However, it is still standing and it begins to shamble towards you. Elsa, did you fire?
Yes. And I rolled a 15, which is
That's
just
excellent.
under my half.
That's excellent. So you also managed to take a shot off of him, and go ahead and roll damage, a d8.
Oh, I didn't get one of those out. Hold on. Six.
So you managed to take off another sizable portion of its right arm. This thing is still standing though, and it begins to come towards you. And we're gonna go towards Debra because she shot it first, and
Can I
it
get
is
in the
going
way?
to. If you'd like to try to move in front of it, yes, you could. I
If
would
it looks
say
like
though.
it's going for my sister, yes.
Sure, we can say that you do that. However, you're gonna have to act quickly. So, there are two things that's gonna happen with the, or two things that could happen with this. So it is clearly trying to reach out and grab your sister. However, you didn't take any movement before, so you could absolutely move in front of it. But in doing so, you are going to be at disadvantage for a dodge maneuver or a fight back. Now, because you're in melee, it's hard to use a gun in that range. So you would have to fight back with brawl at disadvantage, or you could try to dodge out of the way for the two of you, maybe by pushing her out of the way or something like that.
They're about the same. I'm gonna try and push her out of the way.
Perfect. So roll your dodge at a disadvantage, please.
Okay, so I rolled a 13 and a 30.
13 and a 30, so it is a
Which is-
30.
Yeah.
So you do manage to shove her out of the way slightly. However, this thing latches right on to your shoulder, dealing 3 points of damage as you feel its decaying teeth pierce through your skin, grabbing at the muscle and tendons beneath.
Okay. Can I punch it in the face?
You is actually back basically to the start of a dexterity order. So now we're gonna go back to Dan, who is actually the fastest in our dexterity order. So Dan, you are compelled by this ghost, and you're gonna stay compelled doing that. But what would Dan, who is so manic and chasing after spirits, be doing at this time?
I think he'd just be like running as fast as he can. Yeah, just like full tilt, like as fast as he would when he was trying to run from the cops after like a gas station robbery gone bad or whatever. Just like full tilt.
Okay, and is he running back up to the room?
Yeah, I think he's heading back to the room because
All right.
if it's all connected, the answer has to be in there somewhere.
Absolutely. And he makes his way back up to the room and he runs his way in. And what action does he take that we're going to leave him on?
I think he just like opens the door and just like steps in.
Okay. And starts looking around. And then we're going to go back to Debra, who has just been pushed out of the way of her sister and narrowly avoided taking a bite, but leaving her sister to do so.
Elsa! And then I'm gonna try and shoot it again.
So by firing into melee combat, you will do so at disadvantage.
And that's, I take the percentile
The
twice.
worst outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
On a critical failure, you will hit your sister.
No, it's not a critical failure. It's a 79.
Okay, so that is not a critical. So you do. It's really flurried. Elsa's trying to get this thing off of her, and you can't take the shot, and it fires off past the right hand side. Then we are at Christy. Christy, you had dove behind the office counter for safety, and you now see as people are scattering, Elsa is being attacked by this creature.
Can I throw a shoe?
Yes, but I'm pretty sure it won't do any damage, but it might distract it, so give me a throw roll.
Was that the two of them?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Third row, last one on there. Or second to last one on.
So Christy has to beat a 40.
Don't forget you have those 30 points.
Wait, I'm
I
confused.
feel the spirit of the shoe.
The shoe has not let you down. It's
Yeah,
canon
better-
in Mistwalkers.
You're lower.
Lower.
Where's Laura?
I didn't catch that, sorry.
It has to be lower?
Yeah.
Yes. Although you can use luck if you need to.
And your pocket 30.
I have enough
can
luck
put it-
to save this one, guys.
Yeah, don't forget you've got those 30 points that he said you could put.
Yeah, you could put all of them in throw.
You're gonna pop a 30 points into throw to have a 70 throw?
No, I won't do anything either. I got a 78.
Well, then you could spend 8 points.
You can burn the.
Yeah.
Christy's a softball champ from way back. Just perfect aim.
Explains his strength, honestly. Especially
Right?
if she's a pitcher.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that because I feel like I'm gonna need that later.
Okay.
But
There
For
might
now,
not be
if
a
you
later.
die.
Yeah, there might not be a later.
Can I like run up to it and like smack it?
Yeah, absolutely. So you could use an unarmed strike. So go ahead and run up and roll brawl. It's fighting brawl if you're looking for it. Middle column.
Cool.
Or sorry, bottom of the left-hand column.
Okay. Oh. quit. It's a 42. I'm done. I'm out. Just
42 out of
25. Just honestly, just
you could
Okay.
roll. You could use 17 luck.
Or push it. Real
Yeah,
good.
push it.
okay. I'm gonna do that. But this is gonna come back and bite me really hard. I'm just gonna roll it again.
Probably.
All right, so you can't manage to get in the middle of these things, but oh, sorry, no, you can't. You cannot push combat. You can use luck, but you cannot push it.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna leave it as is, I guess.
Okay, so you kind of try to get in between them, but you're unable to split them up. And Rob, it's up to you now.
Yeah, I am chasing after Dan. Like, hammer in a death grip in one hand and flashlight in the other.
Yeah, so you leave the chaos that was down below and you find your brother upstairs as he's just stepped into the room and he's staring around at everything.
Dan, wake up. What the hell's wrong with you?
The answer's fucking here, man.
No, we need to get the fuck out of here.
Why don't you try
No.
to... Why don't you give me, let's see. Do you have Persuade?
I do.
Why don't you try a Persuade roll at hard to see if you can kind of convince him?
The hell, I'm not that good at it, so... Nope, I sure don't.
Alright. Well, you keep thinking on what you can do to try to snap your brother out of this, and we're gonna go back to Elsa. Elsa, this thing is tearing chunks out of you. What do you do?
Can I stab it in the head with my kitchen knife?
Absolutely. Please roll Fighting Brawl.
Oh god, what was that now? Okay.
And you can do it actually with advantage because it is like gripping you still with its maw.
Okay, that's a 27, so can I use... You said we can't use luck on fights?
You can use luck, you just cannot push it.
Okay, then can I use 2 luck to make it a success then?
Absolutely. You plunge this knife into the side of its head, and you feel its whole body go slack as this corpse falls to the ground, no longer moving.
Ew. And ow.
And just then, every single one of you feels the low rumbling of the earth.
Everybody out now.
Yep.
Dan and Rob, from the upstairs, even through the blackened curtains, you begin to see amazing lights and orange glowing fires from the Hoodoo Mountain.
I told you the answer's here. Look, the answer. Look, they're here. Look, this is how we solve everything.
The answer is in the fucking car. Let's go. And I'm just gonna, like, grab him and try and physically pull him out.
Dan is still in a state of mania. He is going to resist. You'll need to combat each other with strength.
I rolled an 8, which is an extreme success.
Yeah, no, I fucked that up unless I can push it.
You cannot. However, Dan throws you out of the room and closes the door and locks it before he's compelled to look once more at the paintings.
I happily do so. The answer's here. The answer here. It has to be here. The answer has to be here. It's fine. We're gonna be cooking. The answer's here.
Please roll me luck.
Yeah. While he's doing that, I am immediately just, like, wailing on this door with the hammer.
Okay.
22 over 48.
You have the answer. You know the proper way to see the phrases. And we go back to Debra, Elsa, and Christy.
Like taking off my jacket and wrapping it around Elsa's arm and like trying to stop the bleeding. Okay, car, let's go. Come on. Guys.
How many injuries does she have?
3 points of damage.
Okay, so I'll like rip like the bottom part of my shirt off and like also start tying off. Look, Deborah, I know we don't get along, but let's just focus on this right now, okay?
Okay, I wasn't gonna say anything, but yes, let's go.
Let's just go. And I'm like,
The answer has to be here. The answer's here.
I'm like ripping, like cutting off pieces
I'm
of my-
like trying to get the girls out the front door.
Yeah, we're all kind of like shuffling out towards the car.
Meanwhile, there's just like hammering.
The answer's here.
Yeah, no, you guys are on your own.
Yeah,
That's
you
true.
guys abandoned us.
That's
We're
fine.
abandoning
That's
you.
fine. Fine.
When you
That's
step
fine.
outside, each one of you sees hell and fire and brimstone raining through the sky as the Hoodoo Mountain is erupting. And in the light of such awesome sights, you see hundreds of corpses walking through the forest, surrounding you on all sides.
Gotta fucking stop with that thing, man.
I have the answer. I have the answer. The answer. I have it. The answer's here. The answer's here. I have it.
Do you see any boats or anything that float? Did not mean to rhyme that, but when we were at the water,
Can we get to the car?
No,
that's why I'm asking about the water. Did we see anything that floats?
you did not.
Shit.
So back inside then?
And when all of you turn back towards the hotel, once more you notice light coming from the basement.
I hate to say it, but I think we have to go to the basement, y'all.
I don't agree. uh,
Is there a door on the basement?
There was not a door. It was an open kind of stairwell.
Okay. Yeah, I think we gotta go down there.
Dan, you've discovered something.
I have the answer. I have the answer. I know how to say it. I know how to say the words right. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Azathia. Jag got him. Fucking off. Jag satt off. Jag vet. Ja, men jag har ja, Kindla Clara, Yasta, yeah. Then I roll.
And
sounds like
as you
had
utter
a
the
happy
last
time with
words, again, nothing happens. In fact, the rumbling intensifies, but you know something in the corners of your brain screams at you. Get to the right place. And you gather up the paintings and you barge out of the door. And you see your brother Rob. At first, he seems so happy to see that you've come out of the room, and then he realizes the manic expression in your face.
The tree.
Yeah,
The
I'm
tree,
just gonna
the
deck him.
tree. I
You're
dodge.
gonna deck him?
Yeah.
Please roll brawl. And Dan can roll dodge, but at disadvantage.
Was it 12, which is my half?
27. And for story points, I'll burn 7 luck to make it also my half.
Well, that means that the punch, you managed to slam into him, but it doesn't stop him, and so he keeps running forward. In the event of a tie, a dodge always wins. And so Dan begins to just throw himself down the stairs to get there faster, launching himself 3-4 steps at a time. And we go back to Christy, Elsa, and Debra, seeing the lights coming from the basement, noticing that they're pulsating now.
We can get out through the kitchen.
What? But we can't get out anywhere.
Did it look like the zombies were like literally on all sides of the hotel? Okay.
Yes. And like hundreds, maybe even thousands.
do we see him like launching his ass down the stairs?
In fact, you hear him talking about how he has the answer. He has to get there.
Dan, come
Okay,
on. We gotta
so-
barricade ourselves in the office.
And there's
Seeing
no
that-
way you couldn't miss Rob screaming and cussing up a storm as well as he's chasing after him.
So
Trick or
seeing
treat.
that he's like running and he's got that manic look on his face, I look at Christy, get my sister the fuck out of here, and I run for the basement.
Where are we gonna go? There's zombies, you idiot. Get back here.
And Elsa launches herself into the basement, and as she lands into the pooled water down below and begins sloshing forward, she sees...
Headed for the barrels.
Yes, but she also sees something even more shocking. At the very far end, where the workers had previously talked about a wall that was leaking water, the entire wall has collapsed, and behind it, you see a mural. I'm going to put that in the chat for us now.
You don't have to. It's fine. You don't have to do that.
Gonna roll some real life sanity right now.
Oh, it's fine. Everything is
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
that's
Cute.
great.
It's adorable.
It's
That's
fine, guys. It's totally
Happy, feel good stuff.
Yeah.
And Elsa, it clicks for you. All the notifications that we're getting on the satellite phone all day,
They match.
this mural, which looks like it's nearly 100 years old, matches what you've been seeing, including the one which looks shockingly like the Hoodoo Mountains that you see and is covered in shambling corpses. And I need you to roll sanity, please.
Oh, this will go great.
So can I yeet my hammer at my brother? Since he's like clearly outrunning me.
Yes, and I'm just... Cade, roll me luck to see if you notice.
95. I definitely do not notice.
You may yeeteth.
Okay, what do I roll for that?
So that would be a throw.
Okay.
Lord yeeteth and the Lord yanketh away.
Oh, bitch.
Which
It's a
you have a 30.
93.
Oh, so you lose your hammer. You absolutely... The hammer goes flying, and as it smacks into the wall, the handle breaks off of it.
Shitty hammer anyway.
Elsa, what did you roll for sanity?
94.
You are going to take 7 points of sanity damage. Please roll me 1d10.
A 9.
You are getting a phobia.
Ooh.
That seems
Please.
awfully casual, considering what's
Roll
going
me...
on.
He always
roll me
says
a
it so
D100.
nonchalantly, right? Like
I'm suddenly afraid of like Care Bears. Oh no.
41.
I don't know if I like that one.
Do you want me to roll again?
Well, you...
I will if you want.
You rolled gynophobia, which is the fear of women, so... yeah, why don't you roll again?
Oh my god, you guys, I'm suddenly straight. I rolled a 52 that time.
You now find yourself afraid of fire and thunder, and
Oh,
going back
perfect.
outside scares you.
Yep,
Perfect.
yep.
As if it didn't already.
But the other thing that you notice, Elsa, as you stare at this mural, is that beside it, the wall beyond it is breaking open. And you stare into what can only be described as hell itself, with shambling corpses and demonic figures trying to break through.
Closer the barrels to me.
Within reach.
Can I... Oh god. Okay.
Can I yell down the
Oh,
stairs?
dumb.
If you
There is-
wet the stuff, we're all gonna explode, including your sister.
Pretty sure we're dead anyway.
Can I?
Me, I had the
Okay.
answer.
From like what we learned before, is getting it on our skin. That's bad. Yes.
Correct.
That's what
Real
caused
bad.
him. Okay. So I take like the jacket that my sister wrapped around my arm off of my frickin' arm and like scoop up a bunch of this stuff and run back upstairs.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm headed for Dan.
Okay. All right. You catch up with Dan as you meet him as he's about to fly out the door.
And I throw the shit on him because it sounds like the journal.
All right. Dan, please roll luck.
28 over 41.
Dan, you see Elsa flying at you, looking like she's going to spray you with powder.
I make a hard turn away and head for one of the windows that's still broken.
Like, get out.
Yeah, exactly. Just a hard.
Okay. Dan, you definitely do. There is a bay window on the near the kitchen.
Jump.
It is open enough. Kate, please roll. Just roll me a jump. I think that's fair.
You sure you want jump? You don't just want like a flat dex?
I think jump, because that'll determine if you take damage or not.
What if it's less of a jump and more of a flail?
You'll take damage for sure.
There's a flail check?
You got a cool 20%.
47.
So you do take 2 damage as you break through
I'm
the
fine with
rotting
that.
timbers and remains of glass.
I
However,
don't feel like 10 hairs.
you are within sight of the tree. You notice the dead as well getting closer, and you're going to, because you're in a period of indefinite insanity, you are going to take 1 more point of sanity damage.
Okay.
And I will allow you to continue to the tree if you so wish, but please note
Hell
that they
yeah.
are getting dangerously close. And with that, we are going to go back to Debra.
Elsa, what the fuck are you doing?
Like in the journal. If we stop him.
He needs to.
Stop me, I'm the gingerbread man.
We just need to leave.
Wrong one shot.
Oh shit, sorry, that was the other one we played.
We just need to leave. This is not our problem. We need to go.
I mean,
Where are we gonna go?
You're not here anymore. Our husband owns this place. I think you might be kind of tied to it.
Not that much. I didn't want to come here.
Yeah, well, you're here now.
Yeah, and I don't want to be, so let's get the fuck out.
There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go.
Well, what do you suggest
Go to
then?
the tree.
Yeah, what about if we, try and find a book or something? There's a bunch of old books. Maybe there's
There's no time. There's no time for that.
And Dan, you get to the tree and you begin singing the chant out loud. And as you finish,
Aren't you?
Can I
Nothing
shoot him through the
happens.
doorway?
you can.
Can I shoot him?
Look. I'm, throwing books around, trying to find something.
Okay. Christy, you're looking and seeing stuff, but, other than the old art and things like that, you're not finding anything here. Dan, you've just finished the chant, and nothing's happened.
Is there a sign or something in the art? Can I see anything that would be helpful, even though I'm, flailing?
I mean, didn't Dan have the art with him?
I took all the paintings from the room with me. But, your sketches and stuff that you found are still there.
Is Rob with Christy?
I mean, he was probably going after Dan, so
Okay.
not really.
So, Christy, you would remember that there were the sketches that you saw earlier, but Rob had them at one point. Rob, did you leave them somewhere, or did you take them with you?
No, I would have left them in the office. I don't
Okay.
think it actually came up, but it was something I had thought about.
Okay, so then, Christy, you would find these sketches.
Can I? Sorry, go ahead.
Go
Can
ahead.
I make some kind of idea check to see where I think the right place is if it's not the tree?
Absolutely.
21, which is hard success.
Why would it make sense that where they killed him would end the spell? They tried it, and he screamed the entire time. He wasn't trying to summon it.
I feel like that should be more enlightening than it is to me.
Like he was trying to stop it.
Basement.
Yeah, I don't want to stop it. I want it to happen.
You want to happen with whatever is compelling you to do. And it's telling you this isn't the right spot.
I know that much. I was trying to roll to see if I knew where the right spot is.
Mhm.
Okay.
You're compelled to go back into the hotel.
Basement.
So as I
However,
see
you are
Elsa,
going to pass by Elsa unless Rob can do anything to stop.
I was gonna say, as I see Elsa like preparing to shoot him, I want to tackle her.
Okay. Let's see. Elsa, roll luck to see if you notice Rob before he tackles you. He does have a higher dexterity, but you have a gun.
I rolled a 27.
Okay, a 27 luck. So you do
Yeah.
notice that that Rob is going to tackle you. So you can either commit to the shot and allow him to tackle you, or you can try to get out of his way.
Sorry, was that for me? I'm trying to figure out what the right spot was.
Sorry, no, Elsa has to either commit to shooting you.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
having a moral moment here.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll just keep trying to figure out where the hell I need to be.
What's the good Christian thing to do?
Well, you know.
I think that's an
Historically.
oxymoron.
Yeah, we go
I'm
finish
gonna shoot
building that
him.
church on the res land? Or...
So, Artemis, you can do what's called a reality roll, which is
Okay.
that you can roll against your intelligence. If you're successful, it means that you understand what's going on and you kind of come to your senses. If you are unsuccessful, you will take more sanity damage and commit to the action.
Okay.
Nope.
A 1.
Nice.
Nice.
As you aim
Yay.
the gun and go to pull the trigger, you
Old men
see
rolling dice.
Rob running at you, calling for you to stop. And you feel that realization sink in that whatever you thought was going on, Dan's not responsible for this. You think Dan actually might be trying to help, and you lower your gun. And Rob, you notice this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, Dan, what are you doing?
Gotta find the right spot, right spot. Gotta find the right spot.
What do you need, Dan? What do you need?
Gotta find the right spot. I have the words. I have the answer. I just need to find the right spot. There's the right spot.
I'm just fucking with shade.
Dan,
Saying.
I need you to roll luck.
Can I burn 2 luck to get my luck roll?
No.
Oh,
And as
well,
you are
then I didn't
standing
get it.
there trying to struggle about where and what to do, where to go, the zombies begin to approach you. And one reaches out to grab you by the throat, and you're going to need to either fight back or dodge.
Can I shoot the
Ooh.
zombie?
I am going to dodge.
We need
What
to
if-
barricade ourselves in the office until we figure out what to do.
Or the study.
I got a regular success on dodge.
As this thing reaches out to grab you, you twist away, grabbing the paintings as you go. Elsa, you do see this. Do you take a shot at the zombie?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and roll firearms, handguns.
It's a 34. Which is 1 under my regular success.
Go ahead and roll 1d8 damage as you take a shot and the bullet flies through the air.
7.
You strike the zombie right in the head and it collapses. But everywhere you look there are hundreds more. And you only have 6 bullets remaining.
Office. It's the only
Yeah.
room with no windows.
Okay. Yeah, just waiting for Dan. Get him in there.
Dan hurtles himself towards the hotel, compelled to go back inside. And Dan, when you get inside the hotel, you see the pulsing lights of the basement calling you.
Basement, gotta go to basement. I run to the basement.
Right behind him.
And everybody who enters the basement who has not already needs to roll sanity as they see the mural and the gates of hell open in front of you.
Before I go
Even me,
to
even
the
though I'm
basement-
already in a state of insanity.
So you're already in a state, so I'm actually just going to... you can still actually roll, but you're still going to be crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I'm still in a state of insanity as well.
Yes, so you're automatically going to... I guess, actually, sorry, no roll. Dan loses 2 more. Rob loses 4 more. And Elsa is no longer insane, but she's already seen this, so she will not take any more. However, I believe Debra goes back down.
Before I go down to the basement, I want to barricade the office door with like the desk or filing cabinets or whatever is in here.
Absolutely. You can definitely have time to do that.
That's what
So
I
you
do,
managed
and
to
then I
pile
go
up a
upstairs.
couple desks, a filing cabinet, which is like a wooden bureau kind of style. Yeah. Christy, are you going down to the basement as well?
Sweetie.
It's not super bad, but it's still bad. Why?
How
Hi.
bad is it?
Are you going to the basement too?
I guess so.
All right. So then Debra and Christy need to roll sanity as they go down to the basement and see the mural and see the portal.
62.
78.
Okay, so you will each lose. Debra, you're going to lose 1 point of sanity.
Okay.
And Christy, you're going to lose 3.
Oh, fuck.
Are you okay?
I'm very afraid of bugs in real life, and I figured out what Quinn keeps staring at.
Oh.
In a bug.
It's big. And I can't do anything about it.
Gross.
Fantasy horror, real life horror.
Yeah, I can
Use the
hear
fear.
it, though. That's
Use the fear.
the problem.
With that said,
Hear
so
it.
all of you are able to compose yourself, but Dan, you begin sliding the paintings onto the nearest shelf beside the mural. And what do you do?
I say the words. Are you gonna make me do it again?
Yeah.
You s-
Do it! Motherfucker, perform for me!
Yeah, dance, monkey. Asafoth. Ja, ich nicht ja, young Zafoth. Je bringt nicht hier in Gahirl. Ja, Kindlgara, yasta. Ja. Finna, ja, garo, na,
And as you utter the last syllable and reach your hand forward, Dan is slowly pulled into the Hellgate, as it closes around, the mural crumbles to the ground, the quaking in the earth subsides, and the glow of the Hoodoo Mountain on fire turns to blackness. And Rob sees as his brother is slowly taken to another dimension.
There's nothing he can do to try and stop
If
it.
you reach out, Rob reaches out and he tries to pull him out and quickly realizes that he'll go too if he doesn't let him go.
Rob doesn't let him go.
I turn back to us. It's okay. I have the answer.
No, Dan, I'm not going to let you go.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I did a lot of bad things, and now I have the answer, and now I can do a good thing. It's okay.
No, Dan, I'm not going to let you go. No.
It's okay.
And as the wall crumbles in front and around you, the quicklime barrel tips over into the water, and all around you begins to get hot with a chemical reaction.
I start pushing my sister out.
I'm dragging her with
Posters
me.
on the walls, the wooden crates begin to light on fire.
Grab Christy as we go.
The three, Elsa, Debra, and Christy, run out of the basement. And as they fly into the night, they see all around them the corpses fall to their knees and pile into ash everywhere. Rob, the basement's beginning to burn all around you as the portal closes around the last vestiges of Dan's arm.
Oh no, I did not let him go. I'm fully going with him.
And you begin to squeeze yourself into the opening, desperate to go with your brother. And the portal closes behind both of you. And as you stare out, you see all the demonic forces of hell gathering around the portal you just walked through. Corpses, tortured victims, every hellish bloodbath scene that you could imagine engulfing your vision. And you reach out and you grab his shoulder and you say, "I'm still here for you, buddy." End scene.
Wow.
And the hotel burns down around everyone. And now Debra has lost the last remnants of her husband's dream. But she looks out as the dawn begins to crackle in the farthest reaches of the sky. And suddenly, everything feels okay. And that's
Does it though? Does it feel okay though?
By the way, before we stop, Debra, I like chicks. I was never.
I knew it. I knew it. No, that was the one thing that the character sheet says that he knows.
So, take that, bitch. Micro. Also, Elsa, call me.
She can't. She's afraid of women.
No, not.
Oh!
I'm scared now.
Okay. Emotional damage, like natural 20 critical hit. Oof, right in the feelsies.
Oh.
I'm gonna go ahead and say we didn't do very well.
No, you guys stopped it. You prevented
We
the
won.
apocalypse.
We did.
That's a win in Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just having I'm just having a flashback to the very first Vactair stream that I got to watch.
Oh my god, that was so bad.
But
You were
now
there for
I'm the
10
one.
minutes and everything fell apart.
But now I'm the one causing the emotional damage.
Yep, you are.
To myself.
God, stop.
I dig it.
Wow. Okay, well, thank you so much for that amazing story. Ruin.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
fantastic.
great. that.
I got creeped out. I have my security blanket on. I got my squishmallow. I was not okay there for a couple minutes. The bell ringing from the room 7. Ghostly encounters. I'm here for it.
Yeah,
Well,
no, thank you so much. That was a great session. That's the first time running that, so I'm glad you guys
that was
liked
so
it.
good.
I see you have RIP up for me and Rob. Technically, we're not dead. We're in another dimension.
You're dead
So
as far as
we're
we know.
starting a new campaign where you guys have to battle through hell.
Yeah, we just did the ultimate split the party. Like,
Yeah.
Okay,
We're
we're
in
gonna go to
Avernus.
Rob and Dan,
Find
who are
us.
in hell and
Yeah.
fighting demons, and then we go to like Elsa
So,
and
sanity
Christy,
check?
who are on like.
I hope you guys have like another 6 hours to sit here now.
Don't tell my Minotaur boyfriend about my not Minotaur girlfriend.
Yeah, will do. Well, we're gonna go around the table. You guys can say who you are, where you're from, what you doing, how you feeling, how you do it, and yeah. So, Ruin, who are you? Why are you on my channel?
Yeah, I am Ruin Ortega, and I am one of the co-hosts of Cantrips and Coffee, the podcast where we rate and review different tabletop systems to let you know where to spend your hard-earned dollars, because those matter the most these days. I was invited on by Artemis and Alfie to do this, and I'm so happy that they let me dick around on their channel.
Absolutely, you are welcome to dick around
Yeah.
on our channel at any time.
Yeah, you just gotta let us know.
Yeah. Cade, you're not new to us, but who are you for anybody else who doesn't know who you are?
Yeah, I am another 25% of Cantrips and Coffee. Go check us out on all the things, as well as we have a stream every other Monday for Spelljammer. But I also build electric guitars on Instagram and YouTube under Ravencroft Guitars. Check it out if you like that thing. If not, that's fine too.
They also just released their 100th episode for Cantrip and Copy.
did.
Words are hard. I always get like this after a stream's like done and we're doing the decompress. My mouth doesn't work anymore. Go check out Cantrips and Coffee wherever you download your podcast. They did just have their 100th episode drop. Freaking amazing. Congratulations, you guys. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Rick, who are you?
I'm Rick. I'm the Dungeon Master for the Hammer of the Gods podcast. We're an actual play, 5th edition, all that kind of good stuff. Check us out. Here pretty frequently, as often as you guys let me be. And then over on the Cantrips and Coffee Spelljammer game. And I'm emotionally damaged now. So, thanks. Thanks, Bruin.
Same. My feet
Appreciate you, buddy.
Artemis.
Yeah, I'm Artemis, and I'm the DM for our Fixious Friday games, and I'm in Affy's game on Mondays, and I do our social media and 80 other things during the week, and I just kind of live here now, and I organized this chaos this month. So
You did such an amazing job, and we're not done yet. There's more to come. Sly,
Yep.
who are you?
Well, I'm Sly, a Mistwalker with a Minotaur boyfriend and a proficiency for throwing shoes on Monday night when I am there, which I will be much more often. I still don't know how the dice work, but you know,
That's okay. You got it. You got it near the end.
I really loved this. This was really, really great. Ruin, if you need anyone who's like not super smart at this yet.
You did just fine. Thank you so much for coming and playing. It was a blast.
Yeah, we'll do it anytime, seriously.
We're always looking for people.
Absolutely.
I volunteer.
Volunteers tribute for sure. I'm DM Affy. This is my channel that I run with Artemis as my amazing everything. Like I would not be able to
your
do
personal assistant at this point.
honestly, yes. I would not be able to do half of anything that we have been doing this past month, especially without Artemis's help. I do run the Mistwalkers game on Mondays, and I usually show up wherever people let me be, which I don't know why they do, because I'm an asshole. But somehow, for whatever reason, they let me be here, and I get to play with a whole bunch of awesome people. Like, all these wonderful people here. If you liked this session, we have another Spooktober one-shot on Thursday, run by another podcast friend, Keisha, who from Potions and Potpourri, who's going to be running Gods Among Us, which is an aliens RPG. Aliens as in like Sigourney Weaver and Power Armor and a cat. I don't know if we have a cat, but I want a cat, even though the cat will probably die, but that's okay. And then
I don't think I've ever done a stream with you guys where one of you didn't have a cat jumping screen somewhere. So
yeah,
Yeah, but this is like in-game cat.
Pasta is afraid of me when I do my makeup. She has not been anywhere near me, really.
yeah. Friday we have our Fixious 5 game, which is DM'd by Artemis, and it is our 30th session this week, so that'll be at 8:30 Eastern.
Nice.
Bring tissues.
Bring tissues, because it's probably going to have max feels, and I'm not okay. Already, it's fine. Sunday we have Howl of the Carrion King, where we probably will all die given the response to my game yesterday. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
back again
we
on Monday
deserve
for
it at this
Mistwalkers.
point.
Yeah, we do. Stick around for the raid, friends. We like to push forward to everybody in the community because it's always fun to get a raid. We got a really awesome one at the beginning of session, and we're going to pass that along to people who need good vibes in their life. So, yeah, thank you, and we'll see you on Thursday.